And we're live. This is Julien and Jean-Pierre from the Royal St.Lucian Seamoss Company, and we're back for another edition of Seamoss Live. I can't believe it's Wednesday already, but it's good. I feel like every time way I plan this, it just works out easy for me to come in and you know what I mean? Like it's just enough space. Just as I'm getting bored, I'm like, oh, today's like even today I was talking to Ricky from Ocean Gold or Gold Seamoss, and he was like, oh yeah, I'll see you today on Wednesday. I was like, oh, on the live. I was like, oh, it's Wednesdays, yay! Say what's up, Naturally, and what's up, Seamoss Boss. Cannot pronounce the country you're in, Canuna. What's up, man? I want to say definitely I had an amazing, I really enjoyed the time with you and your father talking, and it was really cool that you guys did that video like live stream talking because it got us to kind of like see each other's expressions and stuff like that. And so, yeah, I felt like I really connected with you guys. And I'm really excited to see you guys get on this journey and get your guys established as a business because I think you're really genuine people. And, you know, your marketing's good and the pictures are nice. I mean, I actually might have to take some tips from you guys, see how you take such great pictures because I don't know what it is about me. My pictures aren't always, you know, they're kind of always sometimes lacking. But tonight, we have a really good show stuff planned. Ricky said that he was going to come by, and I think we're going to do a big discussion on multi, what he calls multicolored, what I call full spectrum. But basically, it's what I would consider the sea moss that sits in between gold sea moss and purple sea moss. And let me start the clubhouse room because I know there's a few guys that like to join us there. And wish there was a way that I could launch everything all at once. You know what I mean? But such is life. It will get to that, I'm sure. Oh, what? You want out now? Huh? This dog is like always. You never gotta know. He's barking before it gets too late. He's always freaking out. So yeah, we're going to talk about multi, and I'm going to show off the. So I have this CMOS on my website called Super Dry, and so I get a lot of questions of people asking me, "What is this Super Dry? What is the difference? Why are you selling it for so cheap?" And so I'm going to spend a little time and talk a little bit about that. Dress this is I'm trying to start up a CMOS business making CMOS ice cubes. Is there any points you could give? One, that's a good idea. I don't think a lot of people are doing ice cubes, and it's something that gets around the perishable sense. You know what I mean? And you can dose it. You know, you drop it in a like most people are taking CMOS in a smoothie. So if that's the case, then you can easily like drop the cubes in the smoothie and stuff like that, and you're good to go. I don't know. I mean, that thing's so new to say what's the tips. I say just go for it and really push the points about the ability to kind of keep it for a long time and the variety of uses that it can be used. I mean, you can even defrost it, you know what I mean, and turn it into a gel if you want. You know, CMOS defrosts really quickly, and so it doesn't always have to be just consumed straight from the ice cube. But you know, I think it's something stores might be interested in. Although at the same time, I say that I remember talking to a guy from the CMOS transformation, and he was saying that one of the concerns he's had is the fact that the freezer space and the fridge space is so coveted, in a lot of stores, and that you might have a little bit of a challenge getting into spaces. And so I would make sure definitely your packaging is tight and very compact, and so it doesn't take a lot of space. That way it's easy to throw into the freezer in the store, and that they could sell. If you're selling in stores, you might just decide to sell person to person, and Hey, what's up, Ricky? It's good to see you in the clubhouse. And if anybody wants to join us on the clubhouse, let me know. You can. I might be able to post a link, but also you can just search Seamoss, and you should be able to find us. I have a club there called the Seamoss Club, and so you're welcome to join it and even host your own shows from it. So what's up, Rick? I made it back.
I see that. You got done with all that packaging you was doing?
Yeah, finally I got it all done. But I didn't get all the orders done, but it was enough that if I come in tomorrow, I'm not buried again. Like, that's sometimes what you got to do is just keep your head above water. You can't get totally out of the water, but as long as you can breathe a little,
Exactly.
Yeah.
Reason why I haven't stepped it IG yet, because I'm kind of trying to finish up that fulfillment order for the Conjure Christmas people.
Yeah, for powder.
Trying to get it done tonight.
Nice. Well, yeah. Well, whenever you're ready, we can talk about the because I know we wanted to talk a little bit, show the multi-spectrum that you had. I know you have a really good special on it, and I'm sure people will want to hear about that to take advantage of it and stuff like that. And honestly, multi-spectrum is something that a lot of people sort of pass over, and I think part of the reason why they do is that they just don't understand it, and they don't see how it kind of fits into the space. Like, people go goo over purple, but I think it's because people just have a thing about purple, like purple weed, purple. You know what I mean?
Yeah, so. I think and also I think that a lot of people right now they're playing it safe.
Mm-hmm.
That's what I say. You're playing it safe as far as about gold, about purple. So that's really what your customers ask for, because that's all they know about. But if you were to offer them, being that they're probably kind of looking at you as being an expert on the subject of Seamoss, if they're actually coming to you and buying from you, then I don't think it's a situation where you should feel a certain way or to suggest, hey, like, you have to understand, some people actually been taking gold for the last 2 years, and their body's getting immune to it. 2 tablespoons, and now they're not seeing the effects that they used to because they've been getting immune to it. And so some people stop taking it. Some people, they just won't say anything because they feel like that's all you want to make is the gold. Like, especially in the gel form. Like, I'm not sure as far as, because I'm really speaking in gel, like in the gel form, because that's what I know a lot of people make. And so it's time to shed light on some other things that they can do to help their next to expand. Because I think a lot of people are like stagnant right about now.
They what, sorry?
A lot of people's business is looking like, I've been having a lot of conversations where a lot of people feel like their business is just stuck.
Stalled.
And so, like, I try to give alternatives. Like, me, I'm a problem solver.
Yeah, so, me too.
I'm always trying to solve a situation. Like, okay, so you're feeling like business is stuck, and most of them sell gel, but they'll sell just a certain type of gel. And when I actually mentioned, hey, why don't you give them some multi? Well, I'm not sure if my customer's going to like it. Well, you're never going to know until you find out. Put it into buy a little bit of multi. Like, me personally, like, I'll take gold, but I'd rather have multi as far as gel wise, because it's I like it because it actually tastes good, and I know that I'm getting a little bit of purple, a little bit of green that's not too strong, and then the gold is mixed in. So I love multi. That's why I pretty much try to sell it as much as possible, or even turn people on. Like, look here, you know, don't get, because I think the more people that start to take it, they'll start to shift, and you don't want to be at the end of the shift where, you know, everybody else is taking multi, and then now you're just staying with gold, and now you're trying to catch up.
But and it's funny, yeah, well, not funny, but like when you're saying that, I'm like thinking in my head, like they could do something like easily, like buy a little bit and drop it as like a feature, right? And not even drop it like a feature, but kind of do it something like buy this, bundle it, and almost let it go for like next to nothing. And the idea is to get them to buy more Seamoss. So like buy 2 and I'll throw in this free full spectrum. You know what I mean?
Yeah, or that's somewhat why I kind of dropped the price as low as I possibly could. So it's like, okay, you're not really, what are you really losing?
Yeah.
Like, you're going to make your money back. Like, if I sell you 3 pounds for $60, you're going to make your money back. If you don't, then there's something wrong with you, and you probably don't need to be in the Seamoss industry.
Yeah. And it's kind of like, sorry to cut you off, but I just want to get it out there. Like, sometimes it's not all about the sale; it's about the customer acquisition. Meaning that, like, okay, today you might not have made any money on them, but like down the road, they'll come back and buy a whole bunch more. They might bring somebody to you, and you make tons. You know what I mean? Through not even through them, they introduce you to someone. Do you know what I mean? And so sometimes it's not always about the sale. You kind of like, you know, sometimes you got to discount things and lose a little bit of money. It's about the like Amazon lost money for like 8 years before they turned a profit because he convinced his investors that this was about a long play.
And that's exactly what it's about. It's about a long play. It's about, you know, your customers want to see new things every now and then. They want to see you expanding. They want to see you trying new things. Like, I think with people that make gel, a lot of times I do see where they get a formula and they want to stick to that formula. I'm always like, but everybody knows me. Every week I'm trying something new out. Like, so I guess I'm a little bit different where I love to experiment. Like, I didn't get into Seamoss like in a fear state. Like, I'm wanting to push the envelope. Like, okay, what can we make next? I don't want to stay stagnant because that means that it feels like I'm almost doing it for the money.
Yeah.
And not trying to really, really kind of push it to see, okay, what else can I offer my customers? That's a big thing for me. I just want to see everything I can offer my customers. If there's a different way that I can kind of come up with like new products and things of that nature, like I'm experimenting right now as we speak. You know, just by, you know, I don't do conscious Christmas, but right now I actually had a client, a big person in the Seamoss industry that needed capsules. So guess what I'm doing? I'm experimenting with conscious Christmas capsules right now.
Nice.
You know, and I'm actually loving it. This stuff stinks though. Woo. This stuff is stank. Boy, this is a whole nother level of, like, I get what people say about taking conscious Christmas. This is, like, this smells like, wow.
It's like an acquired taste, eh?
Yeah, definitely. You better be acquired to this taste. I wouldn't just be taking this, just be taking it.
True.
So,
what do you think about I wonder, this guy asked on Instagram, would Seamoss go up? I wonder if he means the price. What do you think about the Seamoss price going up? I think it should be. I think you said that before too. That it's like the price we're paying is like cheap.
Yeah, like, I definitely think the price needs to go up a lot. Okay, so this is what I say about it. And so, like, I started off doing gel, so I know how much money you can make off of gel. Now, if I'm telling you that you can make off $100, and we know it's possible. We know a lot of people are doing it.
Mm-hmm.
You know, would you really have a problem spending $150?
Yeah.
Like, let's be truthful about it.
No. And when you think about how 1 pound can last you almost a year.
Exactly. So
is it really bad that you paid?
Yeah, so really, and you start thinking about your customers. Okay, so if I get a customer and I sell them a pound, I'm not going to see them for a while. If they're just a regular customer, if they're not buying for everybody,
mm-hmm.
I'm only going to see them probably once, maybe twice a year.
Mm-hmm.
And the turnover on that is not that good as far as, like, that means we got to introduce a ton of people to Seamoss just to keep up.
Yeah.
But like I say, this is a passion project.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Like, if you're in the Seamoss industry, it must be a passion for you right now, because especially if you do wholesale, if you're doing wholesale Seamoss, it's a passion project.
Yeah, you're not making a ton of money. It's more work than it is, you know. But
and I don't mind it because I love Seamoss, so it's cool to me. Like, I definitely don't mind it. But I just know it's a passion project right now until we get more people healthy and more people thinking on a mind frame of health, and stop getting people to always giving out false information. You know, that's the biggest thing I'm seeing right now, is that the reason why Seamoss isn't doing what it's doing, because there's so much false information.
A lot of confusion.
Yeah, I had somebody send me a message today in regards to somebody that they seen online, and I understood what it was. Like, I understand it's a lot of times I want to sell my product, so I'm going to say St.Lucian Seamoss is fake. And I was like, really? Like, you know, and pretty much they were speaking about Dr. Sabi said. It's one of those Dr. Sabi said situations.
Yeah.
And so, and the truth of the matter is, I actually wanted to invite him on a live to really, really get his understanding. You know how, but
he's a pussy.
You know who I'm talking about?
Of course I know who you're talking about. Who else could I be? Who else does that shit? You know what I mean? That guy is like in my opinion, I you know what? Before I start running shit about him, I'll say this. I should really like study him before I start calling. But to me, he's a fucking coat rider. Do you know what I mean? Like, without his daddy, who would he be? You know what I mean? I'm gonna say it live. You know what I mean? You never heard the story about me getting into a fight with him? Dude, it's the funniest story. I tell this a few times, and I'll tell it again because it's so fucking funny. I had the best time. So this is when I first got started in Seamoss. So I've been working on these farms and you know what I mean, setting this shit up, right? And I'm talking to the farmers and I'm learning and so I know about the rocks not getting the minerals from the rock like by now and all this shit. So I'm selling the Seamoss to this lady. And she's like, oh, are you sure it's real? And this and I, yes, I was just in the water. Like, of course it's real. I dried it myself. You know what I mean? Like, and she's okay, no problem, this and that. And then she calls me the next day and she's like almost in tears. And this is what got me. Like, she's in tears. And she's like, you lied to me. Why did you lie to me? And I'm like, what are you talking about? She's like, I spent all this money and you sold me this garbage and this fake shit. I'm like, what are you talking about? And she's talking about this guy said this. And I'm like, who told you this is fake? And she's telling me. So she sends me the person. Now, I don't really know much about Dr. Sabi's son, or anything at this point, right? Yeah. So I think this guy is just some dude that's talking shit. So I go up to him and I'm like, yo, what up? You know, I heard you're talking shit, this and that. Like, you know, and I'm repping St. Lucia, right? So I'm like, you better shut your mouth. Don't be talking stuff you don't know. And, you know what I mean? You know, stay in your lane kind of thing. And he's like, you don't know who I am and I can destroy you. And I was like, what? You? Okay, let's go. You know what I mean? Like this guy's threatening me. Right? So I'm like kind of like, okay, let's do it, right? I go, let's go on a live, right? Now I just gone home, right? So we're like late at night. We just left the Seamoss farm. After that, we have drinks. So I had a couple drinks. I was drinking a beer, and so I go on this live stream eating fried chicken because I hadn't ate all day, and drinking a beer while I'm talking to him. The whole fucking channel went berserk. They were like, not like, who is this guy? He's eating chicken. Oh my god! You know, and the comments are just like up and down, up and down, up and down. So I'm like, who the hell is this guy? You know what I mean? So we start going in it, and he tries to bait me by asking me to name all the minerals and this and that. And I'm like, bro, come on, man. Like, let's get it to the point. Like, don't try and bait me with this shit about minerals. Let's talk about the Seamoss. You know what I mean? I go, what species are you selling? You know what I mean? And he couldn't tell me. And then I started saying this and that, and I start schooling him about the Seamoss, and we're going back and forth and stuff like that. And then he starts accusing me of being all in it for the money. So while I'm talking to him, I'm going on his website, kind of researching who he is. I kind of at one point figured out who this guy was because people were like threatening me in the comments. They were like literally saying that they were going to hop on a plane and come fucking kill me and beat the shit out of me. I kid you not, dude.
Okay, so this is the thing. So you're eating fried chicken, and this is my issue. You're eating fried chicken and you're drinking the beer, which is they're looking like that is negative. But you're talking about you're gonna hop on a plane and killing me.
Yeah.
Like, where's your brain? What happened to your positivity? What happened to your?
Yeah.
Like that, I don't understand it.
Yeah.
I'm sorry to interrupt.
So he starts accusing me about being in it for the money, and I'm just, taking advantage of this, and that he's a healer, and this and that, and he cares about his people. And I was like, what? You care about your people? And I go, why is it on your website that you're selling only, get this, bro, he only sells 2 ounces for $17. So if you want a pound, you have to times that by 8. Do you know what I'm saying? So he's making like $120 off a pound. So I go, bro, you want to be, I go, why are you selling your Seamoss for $120? Why don't you sell a pound to these people? Why don't you do this? You're all about the fucking healing? You're a liar. I go, you're all about the money. I go, you're full of shit. I go, you're making $120 a pound. And I go, I guarantee you're getting this shit from these Honduras guys for about $5 US. And then there was all this silence. And I looked at him, I go, that's right. I go, don't make me fly down to fucking Honduras and find out how much you really sell. I said, I'll put it all over the internet and tell everybody how much you're really paying for your Seamoss. You calling me, you know what I mean, that I'm in it for the money. I go, you're a fucking charlatan. All this shit, right? And I just ripped into him. And then he ended up calling me, he goes, you're a botsy man. And I said, what? I go, what did you just say? And he's like, you're a bot. Like, he didn't say it. And I go, I'm a botsy man? Is that what you told me? And then I just started laughing, and I'm like, bro, I won. I go, that's it. I don't even need to talk to you anymore, right? And I'm like, for you to call me a name, like how dare you? Like, how disrespectful. Like, you can't discuss with me on proper terms. You gotta like, you're like a child. And I just kind of ripped him and said, you're not even worth discussing this anymore. And then he ended up ending the live stream and then blocking me and deleting the live stream. And so I taunt them and troll them every chance I get.
Okay, so let me ask you a question, because I'm not sure if this is the same guy, but it almost sounds like it.
I'm talking Dr. Sabi's son.
No, this is another guy.
Oh, okay. Well, that was a good story.
The Seamoss guy or something like that.
I don't know. Let me see him. I'll troll him too.
Yeah, he calls himself the Seamoss guy, and I was just like, and so, somebody hit me up, and they asked me about him. I was like, I said, truthfully, I don't know him.
Yeah.
Like, I don't know him.
Mm-hmm.
But the thing was that I didn't have to even listen to him to understand what he was doing. And I'm like, bro, this is like, this is the common thing right now is that, people talk about the only. So really what he was saying, that Dr. Sabi only said that this was the real Seamoss. I'm like, really? That's what Dr. Sabi said? Like, come on now.
No.
Like, so but I was trying to get in his comments, but people have their comments off.
That's the thing, bro. That's how they're scared. Like, see me, you'd never catch me with my car. I'll battle you. I'm not scared. You know what I mean? Yeah, sure, it might make me look bad at some points, but at the same time, the truth is the truth. That's what I stand for.
Exactly. So that's what I'm looking at. I'm like, okay, so we don't want to speak on the truth. Like, if you can, like, really, I want to talk to you because you might be able to educate me on some stuff I don't know.
Yeah.
I'm always truthful about that. Like, you may know some stuff I don't know, and if that's the case, then educate me. Mm-hmm. But what you're not going to do is you're not going to say that something fake, because that's disrespectful to a lot of farmers that spend a lot of quality time putting something together.
Hell yeah.
Like, that's really the biggest thing for me. It's like, okay, you guys are calling this stuff fake. Would you go to a farmer, sit there and watch him do what he does, and then as he gets off the water, call his stuff fake?
Yeah.
See, I'm not one of them internet people. Mm-hmm. So that's what bothers me about it, is that it's just a lot of internet. Mm-hmm. Like, but you wouldn't say it to somebody's face.
Yeah. No.
That's really out there doing the work. Like, these people are working harder than you and barely getting anything, and you're gonna call their stuff fake? Oh, man.
And that's mainly the main reason why I do it. Because at the end of the day, I don't really care what you guys, like, what people mostly think. You know what I mean? I know the truth, this and that, but I fight for this because I know that there's a lot of farmers, there's a lot of people that are selling that want to open up their mouth, but are concerned about it. And so to me, it's like, you know what? I know it sounds a little like I'm playing the hero, but like, if I can be the voice to them and speak the truth, then so be it. You know?
Like, I've never been one person to do what everybody else is doing. Yeah. Like, I'm going to do what's right. Uh-huh. I'm going to say what's right. Like, a lot of people won't talk about it because they're afraid of lose customers. They're afraid that, something different. And I'm okay with that.
Yeah.
But what I am going to do, I ain't going to stand on mine. Like, I am going to stand up for what I believe in the studying that I've done. And you're not going to tell me that all the time and energy that I put into studying this.
Yeah.
And I'm wrong.
But, no. bro, you know how many people, like, I've, not to say that I've converted, but they've called me and been like, oh, the wildcraft it is. And then when I sit down and explain it to them, they're like, oh, okay, that makes sense. And it's like, you know what I mean? Like, it's almost in a sense, I guess what I'm trying to say is it's like not, like, there are people that are open-minded and willing to learn and willing to kind of understand. And it's, some people you can't change, but it's good that people, I don't know. Fuck.
Yeah, I get frustrated, and I be like, that kind of had me on one all day. Just for somebody to just kind of say that and then cut your comments off. No, like, why you cutting your comments off? Stand on what you're saying. Mm-hmm. Like, if you're able to put that out there in the atmosphere, back it up, please.
That I agree 100%. You know what I mean? 100. And it's sad that they have to do that because there's so many ways to market your product. There's so many better ways that you know what I mean? Like,
and I always have to question you, bro. You're in it for the money. Mm-hmm. Like, you're not even studying it. You're not studying it. Like, if you even study that situation, then you know that what he's giving his people at the Usha Village is not Conjur's Christmas. Like, you're not studying.
I know. And they boil it.
And that's another thing.
You know what I'm saying? And what kills me is that I know more about your stuff than you know about my stuff. Do you know what I'm saying? Not to say that Seamoss farming is my stuff or cultivating, but you know what I'm saying? I know more about what you believe in than you know more about what I believe in. Why is that? How are you even arguing with me when you don't even know what I'm talking about? Some of them have never even tried farmed Seamoss. They don't even know what farmed Seamoss involves.
Man, I don't even talk about that anymore. I'm like, it's hard for me to between farmed and not farmed, and like I really just want to tell people like, come on, man. Like you actually put strawberries in your Seamoss a lot of times. Like how did they get those strawberries? Mm-hmm. Did they grow organically in the ground?
Wild?
Are they wild strawberries?
Yeah.
Like are you using wild berries?
Would you even eat a wild berry? Have you seen a wild strawberry?
Like do you think that you're that all the other things that you're actually putting in your Seamoss, all these other herbs aren't farmed? Like you think they're just growing wild and somebody's picking them growing wild? No, most of the time that's not the case. Mm-hmm. You think these elderberries are wild?
No, they're farmed. And this guy, son Apollo says, guy just doesn't want you taking biz from him. And that's probably true. And what's sad is that I'm not really taking business from him. Do you know what I'm saying? The business is everywhere. There is so much business. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, it's like, it really comes down to how much effort you put into it to get the business. The business is there. People are begging for this product. Do you know what I mean?
People are gonna have their own like as far as what they like. Mm-hmm. Like right now, I'm looking at this Conjure Christmas, and I'm like, man, this is something that I probably wouldn't take every day.
No.
Just off of me messing with it right now, and I think it's a wonderful product. Like it looks like I wish I would have did the powdering for it. Mm-hmm. That's the only thing I say about it. But other than that, it looks like a wonderful product.
Yeah.
Like, and you know, I won't talk bad about it because if it's helping people, then why would I talk bad about something that's helping people?
Yeah.
Like that doesn't make any sense to me.
Not at all.
I'm wondering why we're getting into this. Like my big question for all these people that actually have something to say is that have you talked to anybody that's taking it? Mm-hmm. And what do they say? Is it working for them? If they say that it's working for them, then guess what? It might not be something that you need to even, you know what I'm saying, even question if you're for the people. Mm-hmm. Like I tell you, if your Conjure Christmas is working for you, hey, I'm all for that. Mm-hmm. Like keep on taking it.
Yeah.
Like that's what's working for you. That's what's working for you.
Yeah.
And I guess that's the mission. You really try to find out what mission everybody really is on. Yeah.
And just because it works for one person, like even if you take it, you can't get upset if it doesn't work for you. You know what I mean? You just got to keep trying different stuff.
Oh, Tater said, look at the comments.
You know what?
She's asking some questions.
I don't. Oh, you know what? It is comments here, but I don't know why it's not showing up.
Hold up.
No, there's no comments here. What do you see?
I don't. Well, I'm in Clubhouse, so I don't see anything.
Oh, so how do you know there's comments then? She messaged you?
She sent me a message.
Oh, she didn't send me. She didn't send me a message.
Tater knows that she sends me a message, I answer real quick.
Yeah, well, she probably knows that all my devices are occupied. Like I got my iPad, iPhone, you know, everything. So let me go in here. I'm gonna make a complaint to Restream. Be like, wagwan. So Francesca's what would you say, Rio?
I want to tell y'all the definition of wildcraft. Definition. My bad. I had it up, man. I just wanted to tell y'all so y'all know. I mean, but okay. So wildcraft is. Hold on. Definition of wildcraft is gather herbs, plants, and fungi from the wild. And then they said for the noun, the action or practice of wildcrafting. So it's an action. But if you put it in context and understand it, like even if something is grown organically, it's not wildcrafted. It's not. It can't be if you meddle with it in any sort of form, it's not wildcrafted. So like I'm just saying this to prove the point of what y'all are saying, from you talking about like the berries or the elderberries and etc. Like you could do it in the purest form, but it wouldn't fall under the definition of wildcraft. I'm not shitting on the word wildcraft either. I understand it. It's not meddled with by a human hand. And if you can get that,
okay. So you see what Tata's saying? So Tata said wildcraft is basically the equivalent of foraging herbs in the wood.
Go ahead.
So yeah, pretty much the same thing you were saying as well.
Yeah, we're on the same vibe, Tata. We vibing, eh?
Yeah.
Basically foraging. So she also said she had a question. What's the question, Tata? Because I'm watching the live stream here. I can see it. And dude, I'm like I keep looking at these boxes. I want to open the boxes and show everybody what I got. I don't even know what I got in the box. Well, I kind of do because I had to fill out the Fido sanitary, but I've never seen some of this stuff. I'm really curious. Maybe I'll open the box. Let me get actually a drink first. I'm feeling parched. Today.
Yo, so how was the 5-1 day drive? Are you gonna dehydrate it or I forgot what you said. Okay, everybody.
What are you saying, Rio?
No, I was asking him about the didn't he say he was gonna freeze dry the 5-1 day and make it like a powder?
No, yeah, I actually did that. I actually grounded it for powder.
Grounded it? All right. Because see, what I was thinking is, you grounded it and you made it into powder. Are you gonna try to extract it? Like, are you just gonna take it like that? Like, how you gonna do that?
There's a couple different ways that I've been thinking about dealing with it. First way, I just want to put it in a pill form, but I'm really trying to figure out how I'm gonna put it, like how much I'm gonna end up putting in the pill. So that's the first thing. Second thing I actually want to do is I'm gonna actually tincture it. So I'm gonna make a tincture out of it.
Yeah, the tincture is. I did one a couple of days ago, and it's really good. And I put cinnamon tincture too, and I promise and everything because you know how it did. I guess it tastes so good. It tastes good and it works.
Okay, so yeah, the tincture form is really like I've been doing Seamoss tinctures for like the last couple days, and so now that because I've been doing the tincture with the Levo, and so my tinctures, so I can do like 300 milliliters in like a couple of hours, and so I just been going nonstop, just doing 300 milliliters. I probably like 5 or 6 times a day.
The tincture will be good.
Yeah, I actually like the tincture. The tincture make you go woo.
For real?
Yeah, like I'd be like, as soon as I, because I usually take, I'll take like 2 milliliters in a tincture, and I just, that thing, boy, it's good. It works.
So, not to switch subjects too much, but I want to get to this question before I forget. Tata said, so I refilled one of my stores and I realized that they had gone up on my product significantly, which actually was taking advantage of my customers. $15, 80 on sales that I was wholesaling to them for 10, but they marked it up to 22, and my flavored is 18. 13 for them, but marked up to 28. The new owners apologized. My customers slacked off from there. Yeah. I wonder, did they say what was the reason for adding, like $10 to the price?
You know why they added $10 to the price?
Because they're dumb?
Well, you know, they seen the money. Like, you know, their vision was money. Their vision was, hey, they're coming to buy it at this price. Why not give it to them for this price and see what happens?
Mm-hmm.
And
see, I don't know. I get that in some ways, and I would do that if my product was limited. This is what kills me. Okay, raise the price if you can only produce so much and you're running out and stuff like that. You do that to slow the demand and still keep your profit, increase your profit. That makes sense. But to increase the price because more people are coming is almost counterproductive. Do you know what I mean? Like it's like I had a dispensary and a guy did that. It fucking drove me nuts. I had a partner and we had these things called the pre-rolls, right? And how we made the pre-rolls was basically all the shake and stuff. Like when we weighed the Seamoss, when we weighed the weed, we would put it in a box and we would grind that up. And so everybody loved these pre-rolls. They were selling for something like $6, right? He starts seeing how much they're going, and he's like, "We're losing money on the pre-rolls. You know what I mean? People are buying this instead of buying the regular weed." Blah blah blah. And so he upped it like $2 or something like that. And instantly, all the people that were coming to get it got turned off and stopped coming. And a lot of times there were people that, you know, sure, there were some people that were coming in and all they did, like, there were some people that would come in and buy the, whatchamacallit? They would buy the pre-rolls and buy enough so that they wouldn't, like, they'd buy, like, say 10 of them. So then they would have a quarter or something stupid like that. You know what I mean? And so he didn't like that. But to me, it was like, these guys are bringing in business. It's money. We're making, like I would have dropped the price and sold more. You know what I mean? Or made a condition where you had to add something in with it or something. You know?
Yeah. Mm-hmm. But it's really, I don't know what to say about it a lot of times.
Mm-hmm.
It's just business practices that people do.
Yeah. I think in Tata in future, what you might want to do to avoid that is spell out when you deal with these stores in clear terms, like, this is what I expect. Like, you can only raise the price to this point or these areas. Like when we did the thing in Montreal, we told them the price was suggested retail price is 25, but you can bring it up to 30, but don't sell it for more than 30. Because at the end of the day, they sell it for too much. You're going to start taking a loss too, because if the volume slows down and they're not moving enough and there's spoilage, you know what I mean? Then, you know. The sad thing, it was the health store and not the Nigerian store. No, of course it was not the Nigerian store, because the Nigerians are smart and they know business. They would have told you to bring in more and start offering packages to sell more. You know what I mean? Like, that would have been a smart business, you know? Like, how do I get these guys to buy more of the package? Not charge more per thing, you know? But Bull City said set a contract. Yeah, it is possible to set a contract. In fact, you know what? I don't think I can do that. I was going to say maybe I could show a contract, because I approached the store one time and they sent me a contract on sort of like the conditions to get the product in the store. And they had all these rules and conditions. I never went with the store because in the contract, they basically stated that I had to take full responsibility for the product. And so if any product was damaged or lost in their store, it was my, like, I had to eat it. And so I was like, hell no. Why? Like, I don't know what your store's like if you're going to, you know, have shoplifters and stuff. And to me, it's kind of like, if you're clearly setting that out in the contract, then you're obviously, that's a concern of yours to the point where you feel like you can't keep, you know what I mean? Like, why are you protecting yourself on something that, unless you felt you needed to be protected on that? And so I never put this product in the store. So for that reason, I just got just not discouraged, but demotivated, you know what I mean? Because all the other places weren't doing it. They would just take the product and, you know, don't you think if you take something even on consignment, you should be responsible for it?
It depends on the store. For me, Like if it was Whole Foods or something, I'm gonna be like, hey, I'm gonna take that hit. But any other store like Walmart, I don't know. Maybe Walmart.
No, man, it's got to be you got to have some skin in the game, man. It's got to be a shared responsibility. I can't just give you this stuff and then you just like, oh, it was gone.
Like, no, I see what you're saying. For sure.
I'm sorry, maybe I got punked. Maybe that's happened to me too many times where someone's like, you know what I mean? Like, you get burned a few times. You don't trust people when they say that stuff. You know.
Oh man.
Oh, Ashton Banks. There's someone on here is telling me to take Will's what is it? Take Will's Oscar back. Fucking people.
Take Will's Oscar back for what?
I don't know. It was probably something like because of when he slapped that chick.
Yeah.
Whatever, man. The fact that people care about that stuff is sort of like sad.
Yeah.
Like, it's cool that we discuss it, but look at the energy that's put behind it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's a lot.
It's like that's I'm just gonna say that's another black man that had a moment.
Mm-hmm.
Like this is our biggest problem.
Yeah.
Like we're not able to have a moment.
Uh-huh.
And who to say that moment was wrong? Like I just be honest. Like so, is it like? And I know it's jokes and everything like that, but is it okay to disrespect a black woman in front of a whole bunch of white people? Mm-hmm. Let's just be honest about it. And if we want to make that a regular thing, then I don't. Mm-hmm. I'm not for it.
Mm-hmm.
Like and like my dad always told me, for every action there's a reaction. If you're not ready for the reaction that you'll get from it, then you might not want to say it. And that's for comedians, that's for anybody. Mm-hmm. Like for every action there's a reaction, and he wasn't expecting that reaction, and he got it.
Yeah, that's
now
true.
You have to be mindful of, especially talking about, like, this is a thing, like, something that's really prideful for women is their hair.
Yeah.
And when you have to cut your hair off, that's like talking about somebody that actually has cancer and has to cut off their hair, and you're making jokes about it.
Well, you know what? I heard from someone that someone pointed this out. I can't remember in the comments or something, that the joke might not have been specifically about her hair.
Yeah.
So in the movie G.I. Jane, the lead person who's got the shaved hair or whatever, she cheats on her husband with a younger guy.
Then that's a double entendre.
Yeah, and so that could have been like, you know what I mean? What he freaked out about was like, he figured that out and was like, you motherfucker, you're gonna like call my personal life out at the Oscars. Do you know what I mean? But I think he was drunk or something. I think he was kind of like wasn't fully there. You know what I mean? And then this shit happened, and he's just like, fuck this. Like, I'm not taking some shit from my wife, and you're doing this, and you know what I mean? Probably didn't realize he was going to win Actor of the Year afterwards. He's like, fuck.
Yeah, I'm not going to take a man's reward away from him just because he had a moment. But that's what we like to do.
But here's another thing to consider, right? And this is like for the conspiracy theorists and shit like that. It wasn't really Chris Rock that wrote the joke.
That's another thing. You got a team of writers that help you write these jokes.
Exactly. And so one of the things that I remember watching an interview with Dave Chappelle when he went in about why he had left the show, he had said that at a certain point he felt like people were just fucking with him. And he said, like, he would show up in his office and he's like, I work in a workspace where I maintain a barrier-free place. And all of a sudden I show up to like the office and they're building walls.
And he's like, who ordered these walls? And he's like, you guys did. You ordered the wall. And he's like, I didn't order the walls. I don't want any walls. And then he's like, well, you're getting walls. It's like, what? You know what I mean? And he's saying all this crazy things happen. And he's like, you got to understand, like, what makes a guy like Martin freaking screaming out, like, they're going to get me, this and that. Like, the pressure gets, like, they get to you after a while. And so, is this the Illuminati fucking with Will? Was Will in that? Because he did the, like they say, when you get him in there, what is it? They make you wear the dress, or they do the gay scene, and you remember Will had to do that in. You see the movie 6 Degrees of Separation?
Yep,
that's a good movie. I really like that movie, and so apparently in that movie, that was like his sort of turning point to become in the conspiracy. Anyways, I listen. I don't follow shit. I just listen to people talk.
But let's not get on Will anymore. I'm past that. It happened.
Mm-hmm.
I just want to say, from the whole thing, I really think everybody should look at it, from the healing aspect of it, because you notice anytime something like this happens, especially with entertainers, you can really see the heart of the nation or the people, how everybody really think. People don't be expressing themselves. Everybody try to act tough. I'm gonna beat his ass if I saying if he did that to me. But or if that was me, I would have did it. You see everybody where they stand on the side of the fence of it. But you have to see what it's doing, how it's making you feel from it, like internally. That's what I'm getting from it for real. Like everything else, I get it. Like even from Chris Rock to Will, like I feel both of them. I don't stand on no side because I don't know how I'd react if I was him or if I was Will. I won't even lie to you. Like I can't even lie about it. But how everybody else going about it is kind of it's I don't know. I don't like it. I don't like nobody really talking about the healing. It should really be healing, both of them. But not necessarily Chris Rock, but mostly, for Will. But even for Chris Rock, like, it's some part of healing he need too, because that could have. I don't know how that man feeling, but for real, like you just got slapped. You feel me? You just took it like.
Oh, I think Chris Rock-Safi his whatchamacallit, his ticket price is like quadrupled or something like that. What's up, Janine? Or Jeannie? Yeah.
Okay. Tater says Chris Rock knew better than to make a joke in reference to her hair, knowing that he was the director and creator of the movie Good Hair, and know that what African American women go through in reference to our hair. Plus, her having an autoimmune disease which caused her hair to fall out is basically a disability, and that's speaking from a black woman. Like that's a sensitive subject to black women is their hair. Mm-hmm. Okay, so you got to understand that's their crown.
Yeah,
right? That's what they call their head is their crown, and your crown is actually, and now your crown is falling off. Like it's like I've lived around a lot of women, and I know what their hair means to them. So I don't even. That's not even something I joke about. I won't joke about that at all. And that's even if you didn't have a disability, I'm not going to joke about your hair.
You want to hear something funny? I grew up in like an almost all white neighborhood. So I was like, up until like I was a teenager, I was like completely removed from black culture for the most part, right? And so there was this school called Eastern Commerce where all the basketball players came from the NBA and shit. That was just outside of my sort of neighborhood, right? I live in this neighborhood called the Beaches. And so me and this other black buddy of mine, Shem, who I'm still friends today, we went to this school there. And, oh, fuck, I forgot. What was the point of me telling the story?
What were you? Maybe hair.
Oh, that was it. So this is like my first kind of experience dating black chicks, right? And so this girl I'm with, I'm like, oh, I love your hair, this and this and that. And because she had a ponytail, right? I'm like, oh, I like your ponytail. And she looks at me and just had this odd look. And I'm like, what? And she just starts laughing. And she's like, bro, you this is not real, right? And I'm like, what? And she's like, Julien, I had short hair yesterday. Do you think I just grew this overnight? And it just never occurred to me. And I never knew about weaves or hair pieces or any of that shit. So it was just like this awkward. I'll never forget that feeling about her like confronting to me about it, like the realizations that hair pieces exist. I don't know. Maybe I thought that was funny listening, but
yeah, black women in their hair.
Yeah,
that's one thing you don't. Yeah.
So let's switch gears here. Janine has a question. Interested in buying Seamoss, just not sure what kind. Any recommendations?
Is it personal or is it business use? That'd be my first question.
Yes.
And then after that, if it's personal, I always say gold's the best way to start off.
Mm-hmm.
Because it's powerful. It's almost tasteless. You can feel the effects. Now, if you're taking it because there's a certain thing that you want to do, if you want to flush your system, I would take green Seamoss if I want to flush my system. Mm-hmm. If I feel like if I feel like I'm getting sick or I have some sickness in my body, I'm taking purple. Or now that I'm kind of looking at it, I'm probably going to take some Chondrus. But if I just want to take it as a daily supplement to kind of get my body back to its normal state, I'm going to take gold to regulate my body. Mm-hmm. So that's my answer to the question. And if I want a little bit of everything, I'm taking multi.
Yeah, I was about to ask you that question. What are your thoughts on the multi? Because that's
if I want a little bit of everything, I'm going to take the multi.
Yeah.
I was like, hey, all that sounds good. Well, okay, take multi. You're going to do the trick for you.
Yeah, Bull City says you can't go wrong with full spectrum. No. And I think full spectrum is almost like the best discovery because it's almost like a different Seamoss blend every time. Like it's not like you're getting the same. And so, you know what? I should actually try some more of it and test it because I wonder if it's something where it would kind of keep you on your toes all the time. Because you know how the gold always it's the same, it's consistent. With full spectrum, it's different all the time, and you can adjust it different. You can add more green to it. You can add more purple if you want. You can do more gold. So depending on how you feel, you can. It's almost like every week you can make a different combination when you make your gel. And I think people should be making enough gel to last a week. Like you shouldn't have it like two. Like if it lasts 2-3 weeks, it's fine. But you should be doing you should be consuming more Seamoss.
That's the basics of it. You should be just consume more. Just take more.
Mm-hmm. Within reason. Like I don't think as soon as you start, you should dump. Because I remember I took like maybe 4 or 5 teaspoons from the first time I tried it, and I thought I was going to start climbing the walls. Like it was like such a profound. Like my eyes were just like, meh, you know what I mean? Like it was just tweaking.
That's what happened when I took my first tincture. Mm-hmm. When I took Seamoss in a tincture form.
Oh, I can imagine.
Man, it hit me immediately. Like, I remember gel hit me kind of quick. But a tincture, oh, man, that thing hits you like just... As soon as it hits your tongue, it's like, ding!
Boom. Instant absorption. Well, Bull City says here, for my personal use, I mix a trifecta. Garcilaria, Eukinema, and Chondrus. Jeez, that would be the powerhouse.
Hey, that's a nice little combination.
Mm-hmm. Throw in some Bladerac. You know what I mean?
Throw some Bladerac in there?
Four Amigos.
Oh. Okay, so I did a powder, and I actually have to do it again. So I did a powder combination last night, and I kind of got scared because I don't know how to say it, but I just say I was up all night. And not that time.
Jeez.
If you know what I'm talking about, I was up all night. And so I'm gonna tell you the combination. I'm gonna do it again just to see it. Like it may have been because I was, I test out a lot of stuff, so I may make a powder combination and drink a little bit of juice with it, and then see how it works. But I did like 3 or 4 different combinations last night.
Yeah, it could have been the accumulation of all the combinations.
Exactly. So let me see what it was all. It was like I put ashwagandha. I'm gonna start off with the crazy. I put ashwagandha, macaroon, beetroot. What else was there? I gotta look at moringa.
Wow.
And then there was Seamoss and bladderwrack.
Mm-hmm.
So all 6 of those I combined them together, and I was just kind of going through this thing because. Like I try to force the wheel sometimes, and sometimes I gotta say, Rick, man, that shit don't work. And that's what happened last night. Like I have this green, I have this green drink that I'm really coming out with, but I wanted to put some flavor to it.
Uh-huh.
And what I found out is that you can't put a flavor on the green drink.
No, the green's too green.
Exactly. There's no You can try to say, hey, I'm gonna mix a little bit of this monk fruit and I got lemon powder extract and all this other stuff, and I'm trying to put all these different powder extracts in it, and guess what it tasted like?
Green Seamoss.
Green drink. It tasted like green drink. Still, it didn't matter what I put in it. It may have lightened up the taste, but I'm like, okay, so I'm not supposed to. I'm just supposed to come out with this. I'm supposed to just make this green drink. Because I always try to add my green powder to it and call it a day.
Mm-hmm.
But it took me a whole 2 days to come up with that conclusion.
So, Bull City
I have
here.
a question.
Oh, go ahead, Rio. Go ahead, Rio.
No, okay, real quick.
Yeah.
The liquid you add to your green drink, I'm telling you, like, what I do sometimes is, like, my pineapple skins, I boil it, and I use that liquid, and it really does do, you have to do it, a lot of them, but the liquid that you add to your green drink, well, that's a game changer right there, whatever you use. Okay.
Definitely. And you're right. That's what I'm finding out. I'm not going to try to add a powder to it. Like, really, if you're doing a green drink, you're going to add it to something that you want to taste anyway. So, I'm going to, like I just said, I'm going to keep it as it is. I'm not going to mess with it. I'm just going to come out with this green drink and add my Seamoss powder to it. And that's it. And call it a day.
Yeah. So, Bull City was asking, Ricky, please talk about tinctures. Is it alcohol free? How long does it take for Seamoss, and is the Seamoss done after the tincture?
Yes. So with the tinctures, you can actually do an alcohol-based tincture. I've been doing vegetable glycerin ones, just because I know a lot of people are probably going to be vegan or plant-based or something of that nature, and I'll appease them first. However, I'm going to actually add one that actually has rum to it. So I'm gonna do a rum tincture for the Seamoss. But with that one, I'm gonna actually add the Bibande to it.
Yeah.
That's my next one. I just wanted to make a tincture, just a Seamoss tincture with no alcohol. And then I'll actually make a Seamoss and the Bibande tincture that actually is rum, that actually has rum in it. And I might make one with a vegetable glycerin as well. So yeah, those are the basic ones. Now, once you actually, the thing is, like, so I use a Levo, and once you actually put the Seamoss in there and you turn it, like, that's all you need to do. You don't have to do anything else. Only thing else I do is just strain it, because I might have a couple little pieces of Seamoss in there. But other than that, it's very simple. Like, I'm starting to like the tinctures even more.
Mm-hmm. What's up, the kid? Good to see you. Tata actually just asked a question. Well, no, it's a question. Made a statement. I recently had a customer say that they're starting to have headaches and neck pains with taking Seamoss. I know that my sister had some thyroid, had that same exact issue, but she has a severe thyroid issue and can no longer take it. Have you heard about people getting headaches and stuff
Yeah, I hear it every now and then. Then I hear people getting cramps as far as like stomach cramps, in response to it as well. So these are some small things, but it's like I don't think it lasts long. Mm-hmm. I think it's like they go through that phase where they actually are having these situations, and I'm not sure if it's doing it too much. I'm not sure if it's, your body's not, like your body's not responding to it the correct way. Mm-hmm. It may be the process of who's doing it. Mm-hmm. Like, it's kind of hard to say. It's really because I think we have enough, like, we haven't had enough people kind of bring it out, and so we can really kind of see exactly what they're doing to look to see what the issue would be.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that makes a good point, because it's like, I also think, like, could it be something else, and just when they take the Seamoss, it starts getting like irritated or whatever? Because like with headaches, usually to me that happens when you're dehydrated. Or
that's what I was just about to say. Is like with Seamoss, you actually have to take water. Like that's a like it. Your body has to absorb it.
Mm-hmm. And it could be also, sorry to cut you off, I just want to quickly add, it could be even muscle cramps could happen with that because you're dehydrated. But continue.
Yeah, no, that you're right on. That's right on. That's exactly. I don't have anything else to say after that. You're spot on for that. Like that's one thing I always ask how much water you're taking. Like, are you consuming enough water? And I'll be honest with you, that's really a lot of people. That's the majority of a lot of people's problems, is that they don't take enough water. Mm-hmm. Period. It doesn't even without Seamoss, they just don't take enough water.
Mm-hmm. No, totally. Oh, hey, what's up, Yusuf? You came just at the right time. You guys want to see? Well, you guys can't really see, but you can hear it. I have a mystery box to show off today.
Hold on, I'm about to get on IG.
Let's see what is in the mystery box. Hope I don't cut myself. So Tita said for her sister with her thyroid, it was a severe iodine sensitivity. And that's possible too. I always feel like people need to like talk to their doctors about like the stuff that they're taking, whether it be herbs or, you know what I mean, different stuff. Oh, I don't know what the hell this is.
Allergic, and she had a placebo effect when it came to the Seamoss because she was so scared. She was so scared to take that jump. But the first time she had it, she had a gummy form, and nothing happened to her. But when I gave it to her raw to make it, she was real. She was like, She was like, "You sure?" I was like, "Mom," and then she was like, "Yeah." The first time I took it, I was itching and stuff. I was like, "Oh, listen, you took it," and then. But I mean, at the same time, if they cross-contaminate it, it could jack you up. So I was like, you know what? Don't. I told her, I was like, if it really, when you take it one more time, just take a tad, or put it in your skin. It's always a good way to tell you if you're allergic to something. Put it on your forearm, that's your forearm right by your vein. By the forearm on your wrist. Mm-hmm. This is dab a little bit on and see if you get a reaction like in the next 24 hours. And so that's how people be testing if you eat something or etc. and all that. So.
Oh yeah, I did that once to do an allergy test because I was getting like one day I had like a rash like all over my hives all over my body, and I couldn't figure out what it was. And it was crazy. When I did the test, I found out I was allergic. I have an allergic reaction to cannabis.
To what?
The cannabis.
What?
Yeah, I'm allergic to cannabis. Yeah.
Are you for real?
Yeah. I shit you not. Like I can't eat like hemp seeds and all that. Yeah.
Dang, bro, and you had a dispensary. That's crazy.
Yeah, and like if I touch the stuff and touch my face, I'll break out in eyes. So you know what?
What is that?
I think it's stinging nettle.
Oh, it's stinging nettle.
Yeah.
Yeah, it has them fine hairs on it that should stick directly in your skin.
Yeah. Eh? Yeah. Oh, you're right, because it's got these little like little nettle leaves or whatever. These like little thorn things. What's up, guys? What's up, Seamoss boss? Let me know if you guys want to come in and I should invite Seamoss boss. I like that guy. If he's there, let me invite him. See if he wants to come in. So yeah, so I got the stinging.
I think y'all was gonna get on today.
Yo, what's up, guy?
What's going on, man? Yeah.
Check out my herbs.
What's going on, Rick? What's that?
Stinging nettle. And it's like a whole box of it. He brought a lot. And so this is stuff he harvests. Oh shit, now I know what you mean by the stinging, bro, because it's like it's poking me.
You gonna drink that? You drinking it or you selling it?
I'm selling it. Drink it. Yeah. I'm gonna blend it and down at one time. No, but the needles are like poking me. I'm now feeling like as I'm trying to put it away. I got to do some more research on stinging nettle leaf. What do you know about stinging nettle leaf, Yusuf? You know about this shit.
It's good. I know it's good for reproduction. It's good with male and female reproductive system. That's about it. I know about it. I don't really know too much about it. I know it's good for your iron.
It's got lots of iron?
Yeah, it's good for your iron intake.
I gotta get my partner to come on this show. Here's another box he sent me. This one seems heavier. And get him to because he knows all these third things.
You've been on their website, huh, Julien?
Huh?
You've been on the website looking at the book?
No, I haven't gone on it yet. Dude, bro, I don't even have time. I haven't had any time.
I'm saying because your big mustache starting to look like mine.
Yeah. No, you know what this is? It's spending too much time in the warehouse, bro. I'm there from like 9 in the morning till 9 at night packing Seamoss.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Sheesh.
Because it's like we're packing for our own orders, plus we're co-packing for other people's orders. And then, and I'm too cheap to go and hire somebody. You know what it is, too? I've had people come and work for me, and then I watch them work, and then I just get mad, and I'm just... You know what I mean? It's easier if I just don't have them come and work. It's more peaceful for me. I don't have to listen to them talk. There's blah, blah, blah. It's like, bro, I'm not paying you to talk. I'm paying you to work. And I don't want to be rude about it because I'm too much of a nice guy like that. Ooh, look at this. So, I got Soursop Leaves.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, yeah. Nice. Oh, shit. Let me put this down. So, we've got Soursop Leaves. And these are actually pretty good Soursop leaves. I think I gotta ask him. I know he was picking some of them from the tree out of my house, and I know
they look fresh because in Jamaica you can't even ship them like that. You have to ship them like darn near dry.
Yeah. Well, this is almost dry, but yeah, dude, this is fresh. Like he literally picked this last week. Like it's super fresh. Like even the stinging nettle, and it's like my partner goes out and picked it. And then I got the blue vervain.
Oh yeah, that's good for reproduction.
That's what I want to see.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's good for reproduction.
It looks nice. It's funny when I see these bags. You see these bags that he puts them in? It's like one guy brings down these one-size bags, and everybody has these bags everywhere in St. Lucia. Like every business, everyone, it's just like the standard bag. So yeah. Look at that.
I look rich, man.
Yeah, I just gotta figure out how to package this stuff. Huh?
How you doing, man? I've been having a field day with your stuff, man.
Oh, me? I know. I'm sorry, bro. Don't even get into that.
Hey, it's lovely though. I don't mind it. Woo, I'm not going. Yeah. It's a field day. It's a field day.
Yeah. Don't worry. That's why. Soon there's gonna be a machine to kind of just make it into flour. Like,
yeah. No, I've actually been having fun with it. Like, cause this is my first time really dealing with it. So,
have you guys?
I've been having fun just dealing with it. Yeah, but it's strong. Woo. That thing's strong.
Yeah. 15 grams of protein.
That's crazy. Have you guys seen sweet bay leaves?
Oh, that's good. My grandma used to use that for porridge.
Yeah, they put those in the porridge, and when they make the cocoa teas and stuff like that, they use that. And so I have male and female bay leaves, which is nice. Lots of bay. I think in St. Lucian, he always sends me these bay leaves. I think it's a big thing down there because I'm always like, you need to send me more.
Oh, bay leaves, yeah, that's a big thing. That's a big thing in New Orleans. The bay leaves. Put it in everything.
King of the forest.
Hey, I want some of that too. I want some of that.
What's the other name for it? Is it just called that? Because somebody told me that name today.
It's called something else. I forgot. But I want some of that. That's real hard to get.
Cassiolata. And that's right, because I remember that name and saying that. He's like, Cassiolata, King of the Forest. I'm like, all right. Because he's excited to bring this stuff. Oh, look at this stuff. And he's got everything right down to the pods. This smells interesting. This has a really cool smell to it. So he's got the...
Look like tobacco.
Yeah, but do the pods do anything? What are these? What are the issues with these? I gotta figure that out. Looks like someone's making some tea tomorrow. Oh, look at this shit. Wow. Oh. Look at that. You know what that is?
By one day?
No, cinnamon sticks.
Yeah.
But
like you can break them down into that's a whole bunch of cinnamon sticks right
there.
But
they're huge, bro. They're huge. Like, you've never seen cinnamon sticks this big. Like, wow. And I have to ask him, but I think these ones are the better ones because they're the inner bark. That's why they're not curled like the other ones. They're thicker.
Yeah, they look like them. Yeah,
they smell fresh. They fresh. How they smell? Real like.
Yeah, dude. Like literally, the guy like did it probably like 3 days ago. I got this stuff on Friday, so they probably picked this or dried it last like maybe 4 or 5 days ago because it's got to dry in the sun for about a day or two. But you can still see it's moist.
You gonna sell it looking like that?
I might break it up in a bit and like make it into because I'm gonna weigh it, right? So it'll be weighed. So some pieces might be a giant piece, some might be smaller pieces. I don't know. How should I sell this? I've never gotten Seamoss this big.
I definitely want some cinnamon. I definitely want some of that.
Yeah, I'm not even sure how you did break that down. Like,
this is the real deal.
Look like he done the whole tree.
That's what they do.
Like
I wish there was a way to show you guys the video, but I have a video of a guy doing this where he was just sitting on a chair, and it's in my Instagram, and he basically has a log, and he's got this little like chisel, and he chisels a line, and then he kind of does the line, starts it, and then they peel it, and it peels like basically peels the tree down to it's like this, and then they lay it out on a table in the sun, and it dries. And so a lot of this is used for spice rum. So, yeah, a lot of cinnamon there. Huh?
Well, hey, brothers, man, with me being in the military, I got to be up at 4 o'clock in the morning.
All right.
So, I'm going to talk to you guys later.
Good one, man. I'll call you tomorrow morning. I got you.
All right, man. All right, you guys take it easy. Thank you, Rick.
Let me know if you need any nutmeg.
Oh, that's cocoa pods.
No, nutmeg.
Oh, that's nutmeg?
Yeah.
And then before you go, this is the cocoa sticks.
Oh man!
You want the cocoa sticks?
They got those in Jamaica.
Yeah, bro. These are the baddest. I'll show it to you quick because I know you gotta go. But
So the cocoa sticks is from where? I mean the cocoa. No, the ball. That's from St. Lucian too.
no, so the balls came from Grenada. Where did I have those? These ones. These are from a guy. He sent them to me as a gift from Grenada. Craig's.
The other pack. That's the same one.
Craig's Total Health. No, this is the cocoa sticks.
Yeah, I have a whole bunch of those.
Yeah, you have a ton of these.
So how you turn it into chocolate? You just gotta boil it down.
You grind it.
Oh yeah. Okay.
These ones you drop in the pot of hot water and they dissolve. Because I've done these ones already. And then this is the nutmeg, but it's the fresh nutmeg with the mace on it. This you don't see a lot because a lot of times they'll take the mace.
That's whole nutmeg.
Yeah, whole nutmeg with the mace on it.
Oh, man.
So normally you have to, normally they take them off.
Yeah.
See? So that's a big deal, man. So I'll be, gotta put package these and figure out how to price them. But fresh nutmegs, this stuff smells awesome. And that's it. I got a lot of cocoa sticks there. Holy shit, look at them. But these are like handmade in a village. My buddy goes and basically gets them to put this all together. And it's actually more. And so, like, to get a nice order like
those
this.
Look bigger than the ones. They look longer than the ones I got.
Yeah.
Probably just the camera. It looks super long.
No, they're a little bit bigger. But you know what? These ones are better than the ones before because the ones before, a lot of them broke down and stuff. These ones seem really hard, like solid, like rocks.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. So, and then he bought me a little bit of dandelion. I don't know why he got me this much.
Man, hey, that's edible. You can eat that right now. Just clean it and eat it.
Yeah, I think it's actually clean.
They go to scientists over there, boy, mixing and about to whip it counterclockwise.
I'm not good.
Oh, Ricky there. He's getting it going.
Yeah, I gotta. You know me. I'm over here trying to perfect the blend right now.
Nice.
Did y'all check that book out?
Which one? Like this?
The Seamoss availability and.
Hey,
it's the one I sent the picture of it to you.
Hang on a second. Share the link. Put the link in. Sorry, I don't want to cut you guys off because I know what's his name's got to go soon. I don't think he knows about where to get this resource. And dude, it's gonna blow your mind.
I'm about to. Crazy. I'm not even following it. I'm surprised.
You know what's crazy?
I'm about to send it to him.
Okay.
I was researching how I was studying a different algae and it has polysaccharides, which is really cool. But yeah, I'm in a deep rabbit hole. That's studying.
Bro, there's
carbohydrate.
There's this website called, what is it, PDF Drive?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm about to
go on this link. Yeah, pdfdrive.com and then go Seamoss or seaweeds and you'll find all these books on different algae and stuff. They even have like a Seamoss seaweed symposium and like they have like the 16th annual symposium, the 17th, 18th. I haven't even had a chance to read. Like these books are crazy. I like blew my mind. I'm like, and so you're going to want to check that site out and maybe not tonight because you got to work tomorrow, but like, you know what I mean? When you're ready to do your research, I think that will help you out a lot, But that's cool about the polysaccharides. What are polysaccharides, really?
Oh, I got it. Oh, what is polysaccharides?
Yeah.
It's a carbohydrate and it has anti-inflammatory properties. It It has anti-mutagens to fight against, free radicals, UV light, X-rays, etc. And it's a natural blood thinner. So these things are actually, the polysaccharide, the carbohydrate, is found in our the tissues in our body.
Yeah.
Okay. So like I told somebody, it's funny, we like to swim in the water. We love to go in the ocean whatsoever, but we swim past the little microscopic organisms, single cell organisms that's very beneficial for our body. And even the fish, they eat it. So, and it's another one, it's another microscopic organism called, help me out, phytoplankton.
Phytoplankton, yeah.
Don't get me started. I'm looking up on it right now on ours.
So,
man, let me tell you something, bro.
Go ahead, finish what you were going to say, and I'll tell you something now.
It makes 50 to 80% of oxygen inside the Earth's atmosphere.
And so, did you know that Seamoss is a huge source of that? Because when they release the sperms and the eggs, that kind of life goes as food for phyto and zooplankton, and it is considered like that's kind of those plankton. And so Seamoss is so important for the whole sort of food chain in the water, because it's not only just like on the food for the fish to eat and the turtles and stuff, but when you get the sperms and stuff that get released into the water, that's food for other sort of microscopic creatures.
Right. And it's funny when you watch SpongeBob, Plankton.
Yeah.
He's the how is he the villain? How? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
He's basically producing a lot of oxygen in the earth, but you know what I'm saying? But it gets really deep. It has omega-3 fatty acids, protein, and detoxify the body a lot, heavy metals. But it's much more to learn, and I'm gonna check out that website. I'm probably most likely DM you for that link, because unfortunately I can't click on the link in the comments.
Yeah. One of them I can't send it the .org. That one I have to space it. But I can't send it. It is. I'm trying to click on your page, but it's not letting me go to your page for some kind of reason. I just started following you.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Yeah, man. I'm telling you, there's a research center for everything. I believe one day there's going to be a research center for algae, and I'm trying to figure that out.
They have one in Florida.
Oh, they do?
Yeah. For years, decades, they take pictures of everything. What is it called? I forgot what it's called. It's in Florida. It's not seaweed. It's called something else.
Is it called marine?
Marine. Yeah. Some marine life. And those people, they deal with everything. All of the stuff is already documented about seaweeds and stuff. It just seems like it's hard to find because people never really talk about it. But you can find a lot of stuff through the marine biology, and a lot of Asian places, they use that stuff a lot. They use it for stock, soup. They eat it. They really use seaweed, all different kinds too.
You see, the thing it's more than just minerals. It's more than just vitamins. It's essentially what's in my body, such as carbohydrates, for example, polysaccharide, and what omega-3s, omega-3, 6, unsaturated fats such as omega-3, 6, and 9s that I could be able to put in my body. So it's a lot to receive. It's a lot to release. It's just that I was swimming in the water all this time, and the phytoplankton was right there, So somebody told me they follow the parrotfish in the water when they go to get phytoplankton. They follow the parrot fish.
Yeah.
They follow it, and that's how they get it. You know what I mean? So, but yeah, man, I appreciate the conversation. Please, one of you gentlemen, just send me that link, and I got to type in seaweeds or Seamoss, right? Correct?
Yeah, put seaweed, because Seamoss, you probably can find a little on Seamoss, but if you put seaweed, is a variety. Everything come up, about everything. Both of those websites is free books, and it's science books, everything, like from top to bottom about seaweed, herbs, everything. So you can find basically anything on that website.
Okay. All right. Well, gentlemen, I hope you all have a blessed day.
Yes.
Take it easy.
Have a good night.
Continue the good work. Just remember, with unity, there's survival. All right?
Yes, man.
Definitely.
All right. Take care.
All right, man. Take care.
Julien, you about to start something, bro. You about to take them herbs today, tonight, man?
It's not all of them, but yeah, you see the plot. I'm gonna make some cocoa tea.
Hold on. What's all in there already?
So I put a couple bay leaves, a couple soursop leaves.
Man, your bay leaves taste like red beans, man.
Yeah.
That's what we put in our red beans.
Yeah.
Bay leaves.
And this is good bay leaves. Look at this.
You know what I've been looking for? Eucalyptus leaves. That's what I've been looking for.
I'll ask my partner, or send me a text and I'll remember. I won't remember from the live stream. So I got that, and then let's throw in cinnamon stick. Piece of cinnamon.
There's extra boxes over there that you got to open up, huh?
Huh?
I said, you got a whole bunch of extra boxes you got to open up.
Yeah.
I want to buy some of that cinnamon, but I'll take the cinnamon just like the big old strips.
Yeah.
I'm like, fresh cinnamon, if people would buy that up.
Just chew on it, man. So I'm going to make a nice tea and sip on that while we talk.
Right?
So the kid's saying, are you selling the soursop? Yes.
Yeah. That's that blood eye.
Blessing Shum says, you all in the kitchen? Yeah, bro, like you, man. That's who's usually in the kitchen. You know what I mean? What is that song? Kicking in the kitchen. Find some chicken. Something like that or whatever.
Somebody said they had a question. I don't see her question. Let me go all the way up. She said, any of you guys? Yeah, Julien sells Seamoss. I mean, he's a Seamoss. Well, both of them.
Yeah, Ricky sells Seamoss too. I sell Seamoss. And then, what is his real name? I just call him Seamoss Boss.
Giovanni.
Yeah, Giovanni sells Seamoss too. He was just here, but he had to bounce because the military guy. You know what I mean? He's intense shit. So a question here. The kid says, do you have Bladderwrack too? I don't have Bladderwrack, but I'm going to have Bladderwrack soon. And I'm going to be one of the few people that has St.Lucian Bladderwrack. Yeah. I've been keeping it a secret. Or maybe I haven't, but I was supposed to keep it as a secret. Yeah, so, but I won't be selling it wholesale. I can't. I won't even have enough. I'll probably be getting like 50 pounds of Bladderwrack.
I sell stuff too. I just can't say what I sell. I'll let you, boy. Magical.
No, I'll get you some. What are you making, Rick?
Blend I made last night, but I have to
adjust it slightly.
I'm actually upping the ante on the shit. To be honest with you, and I want to, and because I really want to make it to where you actually can just take this just take one scoop a day and have almost everything you possibly need.
Mm-hmm.
So it has, like I was saying earlier, it has ashwagandha, it has macaroon, it has bladderwrack, it has Seamoss, beetroot, and it has moringa.
Oh shit!
So
the moringa is that secret weapon, bro.
Exactly. Like that's the last thing. So I put my thing together, and I'm doing the measurements and everything. And moringa is the last thing I put in, and whatever else I have left, and to where I get to like 8. Like I really want it to be like 8 grams altogether. Then that's when the moringa comes in. What's that? You sound like the Matrix. I can't hear you.
I don't know what's wrong with it. This shit keeps lagging out.
Hear you perfect now. Okay, what were you saying?
Oh, I was saying you live in Georgia?
Yeah.
So you live in Georgia or Texas?
Georgia.
All right, man. You can grow moringa if you when it's not cold.
Yeah. I'm trying to get that St.Lucian moringa. I like some of my
You see how he kind of... I wonder who that comment was directed to. It was like, I'd like to get some of that shit. Because I haven't been...
So there's a whole bunch of different herbs in these bags. So I'm actually... this is moringa right here. So I'm about to put the beetroot powder in first, but I have to do my measurements first before I even put this.
I'm gonna start selling wild crafted moringa.
That's what I really want.
and then eventually everybody's gonna be like, hang on. Is your moringa wildcraft? Sorry, I couldn't help it. Listen, R2D2, you need to fix that shit.
Oh.
We can't understand what you're saying. You sound like a robot.
Somebody sent a message because I actually sent the Seamoss. I think it's Seamoss guy. I tried to send him a message. He was like, "Hey, you want to come on the live?" And I didn't hear that.
Yeah, you should come on. I just messaged Tata. Yes, Tata, we're all hanging out on Instagram now.
This is where the party at. Y'all don't laugh at me. I was in a wedding this weekend.
You look nice.
No. It's not nice. It got blow dried, flat ironed, and frozen with some kind of pump it up hairspray. So it's like a helmet, and it was this long ponytail that came down to my butt that I just ripped off my head because I can't sleep. It's just too much. But she free now.
Nice.
Hey, let it be free for a little bit.
Oh no, I need my hair back. My son said my baby hairs are gone and I look like a bald-headed horse.
What's Dr. Bonner's organic natural soap? Is that what he's selling, or have you guys heard of that?
Oh, that's Dr. Bonner's is old.
Mm-hmm.
That's old school.
I wonder what they're talking about.
Matter of fact, I have a bottle. Hold on.
Maybe that was what you put in your hair. Is that what he's saying?
I think so. Sounds like a soap, though. He said.
Not better.
Oh, you can hear me?
A little bit better. You're still in the Matrix a little bit.
Yeah.
Hold on. Do you mean Dr. Barner's the soap or Dr. Barner's like Barnum Brothers Atlanta hair? Pump it up.
I know. It's not natural organic soap.
Must be talking about the soap.
Yeah, somebody asked what a good soap is.
I got some good soap for you.
He sure does.
Well, you tried his Seamoss soap?
Yeah, the massage bars. You actually told me. I'm like, really?
You didn't know that's what they were for? Massaging?
Yeah, they massage. I started talking like, hey, I didn't know that. I was like, I'm doing something right. Like I just like the massage bars itself. And so I was like, yeah, I'm gonna make massage bars. That was my thing. I was like, I'm just gonna make massage bars. I didn't know that. Oh, see, Tater.
There you go.
Yeah, see that circulation just going around and around and around and around.
Circles. Yeah, man.
You got me going in circles.
No, man. There's a good money in soap, and there's not I guess there's more. Like, I guess there's more space. Like, there's not a lot of people doing it.
Yeah, and you know what? To be honest with you, like I started doing the black soap on my elbows, right? And you know, just to do an experiment, just to see, man, I'm like real critical because I've been to Irish Spring. You know what I'm saying?
Just, the only thing with black soap is it's too strong for some skin, for the face, and for women, we can't get it down on our labias. It'll burn it up.
Yeah. That's one thing you always got. Like I would say, don't put the black soap on your face, and don't put But I don't.
You know why? Someone told me that the reason why that is because the people that are making it aren't letting the lye dry out or something or off gas or whatever it is. Like there's too much lye in it, and that's what's happening to your skin. And she makes a black soap that's lye free or something like that.
I don't know. I get my black soap shipped from Ghana, so
yeah.
I don't know.
It's the lye in it.
No, it's just the plantains. You can either get it from the plantain or the coconut husk.
That's where the lye comes from. It's natural lye. Like they make it based on with the ash, the plantain husks, and coconuts, and all those kind of natural things. When they combine it together, it makes like a natural lye, and that's where she's saying like they're not like sort of like letting it rest long enough and letting it, you know.
I don't know because I have a big hunk of it and I break pieces off of it and it's still too strong. So, and it's sitting in the dark in the closet. But at the same time, we also have to understand that our skin is not like their skin.
Yeah,
like
definitely.
We're in the house. We're shielded from the sun. We use sunscreen. Like we punks in comparison to them.
Yeah, totally.
Hater too.
And what part of Africa you get the soap from?
Ghana.
So, I know there's certain places everybody make it different.
I'll show you mine.
Yeah, I actually get mine from Ghana as well. But what I did realize, and this is actually moisturization, because I seen somebody just comment on it, it kind of dries them out. That's why I actually put the put Seamoss. So I'll actually take Seamoss powder and I crumple a big block of that up.
But yeah, see that?
And I squeeze and I
ours is different. You can tell.
Oh man, I have some right here.
See, this one is different. Like some people's I've seen, it's darker, more like a tar, but this is what I use.
Yeah, that's the one I have. And then I take Seamoss and I just.
But it smells so like clean.
It's like that. Like when Crystal asks, she'll take it out. Matter of fact, I have some underneath me too. Yeah, I got a block.
I don't know what's going on with this app. It's just keep cutting off.
Smells so good.
It does. Okay, I think I got my powder blend ready.
What are you mixing up?
You know, I'm in the lab trying to come up with an ultimate. Yeah, I'm kind of trying to come up with an ultimate concoction.
Yeah.
On a day.
Butter tan.
Oh man.
Pyrex.
Yeah. I'm afraid because last night I'm gonna tell you, and that's the reason why I didn't take anything else today. But last night I actually took this right, and I was up.
You were geeked up.
No, the other up. Other, and all the way up. Boy. So you know I'm gonna try it again tonight. me.
He likes punishment.
And I didn't because I wanted to dab a little bit of that Bondi in here, and I was like, no, I'm not doing that.
Oh shit!
Yeah, boy, you would have been up for real. Hey,
What?
I don't know what to do.
I'd be like, take me to the hospital.
You gonna be like those people coming in the ED. They done took too much of that Viagra.
What? Like
The natural shit.
See, they always say they come back faster if they OD. So
Yeah.
Oh, stars. That's just too much, Greg. That's too much. Jesus, that's too much.
So I'm gonna see. I'm gonna make me a tea, and I'm gonna
A little bit at a time, Greg.
No, I need to take the whole thing.
No.
Yeah, because that's how because I want it. Okay, so this is only like okay, so you know how you get the drink? They say that like you take 8 grams a day, and that's supposed to do you for the day.
Okay.
So that's what I have to I just can't put this out on the market and not do it exactly how I want other people to do it. So I need to do it one more time, and I'll actually let y'all know exactly what happened on Sunday.
Okay.
But yeah, I think I'm gonna be okay. I hope, because if I have to change my blend up, and I don't want to change my.
You want it with people where that's the only side effect.
Yeah, that's what I'm looking for. Like this junk right here, work. Like that's the only thing I want to hear.
I know my drinks. The nurses that work night shift, they say it's like they on roller skates.
See, this might be for women. This might be my.
They say during that little downtime between 3 a.m. and 5 a.m., they said they just going and going and going.
Uh-oh. I have to. That might be my new audience.
Uh-oh.
Oh shit!
That might be my new audience.
Where's Julien?
I'm off the camera making cocoa tea.
He's making a tea.
Oh, okay.
There, I'll show it to you in a sec. Where I'm at right now. So that's
What did you put it in? Water?
Yeah, so you boil the water, right? And then you grate the cocoa stick in there. And then you boil a little more. And then I'm going to add in the spices, which was the bay leaf, the soursop, the cinnamon stick. I wish I'd remember to bring some star anise, but yeah. And then it'll be good to go. Oh, and then I'm going to add some cream to it. And then that's the cocoa tea. And I'm going to have a nice sleep tonight.
Okay.
Yeah.
No almond milk or coconut milk?
You could put coconut milk or almond milk, but I'll put carnation cream in it. Because I'm I'm like, what do they call those guys?
The beer and the cow's milk.
Yeah, I'm haram or whatever they say, or I'm like a Gentile.
Oh goodness, Jesus! Wandering for 40 years.
Hey Maxine, what's up? Welcome to Clubhouse. Let me know if you have a question to ask me.
Oh, well, it's been a while. I haven't seen you in a while. We were supposed to do so much, but I moved to the U.S. and it's been a standstill for my business as a result of that.
Listen, hold on 1 second, though. This is so crazy. Were we not just talking about soaps? And remember I told you guys about the person who told me about the soap and how they make their own brand of, like, the universe is crazy. Yeah. So it's Maxine. She just showed up in Clubhouse. Like, we were literally talking about you 2 minutes before.
Oh, shut up. I haven't seen you in like so many months.
This is what I'm saying. And for you to come in and say, oh, like, let me throw in a club. I'm vibing. You know what I mean? I'm going to take some more Seamoss. I must be resonating at a good frequency.
Yeah, this has been happening all month for me. So
Nice. So can you tell us, since you're here, because we were just talking about it, remember that what you told me about how they make the black soap and how you remember because they said like you shouldn't put the soap on your face and on your certain areas of sensitive areas of your body, and I said that's partly due to because there's still that lye in there and stuff like that. That's correct, right? Or was I wrong?
Yes, well, the natural form of lye. So I would say that, yeah, when I buy black soap just off the market anywhere, it's hit or miss, right? Some black soap will be okay. I have sensitive skin, and some black soap you wash your private parts and you're like on fire.
Yeah.
Right? And the reason why is because no slight to my African people, right? They're doing what they can, but it's not like they in the village have thermometers and measurements and what I mean, to measure how much water and lye. When you make soap, there's a science to it. There's a saponification value that you have to abide by, and so that's a certain amount of water in lye ratio along with the oils in order to make it a soap. And so they're not doing perfect chemistry. They're just putting it together and stirring it up. And so as a result of that, it's very much hit or miss. So for me, I make sure that when I do it, chemistry is at the forefront. And so my soaps are made properly with a certain pH, so it's for sensitive skin. Actually, today, because of this border issue, I feel so bad. I feel like I dropped the ball because I had a customer who my products are the only products she can use. She uses my soap. She uses my serum. She'll buy 2 different types of serums for parts of her body and her hair. And she can't use anything else. My product is the only thing that works. She has several diseases that cause her skin to peel, her hair to fall out, all kinds of horrible issues. And so she's able to use my soaps without having issues on skin like that.
Wow.
So yeah, but the way it's made is in Africa, or I would say West Africa, where I'm from, you typically have access to oils and butters like palm and like sustainable palm and coconut and shea butter. And so that's what the black soap is typically made with. But those 3 have the most amazing qualities for healing the skin. And so that's there. And also we don't use lye like here, that chemical lye mixed with water. We make our own natural lye through things like cocoa pods and plantain. Mm-hmm. Plantain leaf, shea leaf, things like that, things that are high in potassium. And we go through a process of making our own potassium carbonate and then potassium hydroxide when you mix it with water, blah, 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 long situation. Yeah. But that's why the soap is brown, because we use the ashes to make the lye. And doing that is what makes African black soap so healing to the skin, that has so many healing properties, anything from lightening hyperpigmentation to tightening or closing the pores to there's just such a long list of things. And because we have the palm and the coconut oil in it, it lathers till the cows come home. A lot of guys will use it for beard oil or beard like almost like a beard
shaving cream.
Yeah, shaving cream. You can use it for your hair, skin, body, beard, everything. Wow. I use it in my locks because there's nothing that cleans my locks better, period. Nothing cleans it as good as my soaps. So all that buildup and stuff, because it lathers so well, it's very cleansing. It's the best thing that I can say I have. And my skin, let me tell you, used to be so horrible. Black pigmentation all over my skin. I don't have that problem anymore since I stuck to that black soap. So yeah, and of course, that's only one thing I do. I also do organic line of regular soaps as well. Mm-hmm.
Nice.
Yeah.
And so how's business?
Back into it, so.
How's business been for you lately?
To be honest, I pivoted. In terms of because I moved to the U.S. and I wasn't able to do physical products across the border because of the whole, you're American, now you have to file American taxes. I don't have a social security number, and it's been just kind of me trying to navigate that. I pivoted to my first degree. I should say second, according to Americans, right? Like associate's degree is like a diploma in the U.S. or Canada. But my first bachelor degree is business, marketing, management. And so I launched a tech company.
Okay.
And I've had my best month with that, doing, helping companies with their branding and building websites. I'm a geek. I code and do all this kind of stuff.
Oh, cool.
So that's been what I've been doing. as a pivot for myself because of the pandemic, right? Like, you gotta do what you gotta do, and it's been amazing. I'm getting into some pretty crazy stuff, and I actually just won an award this month in tech in Canada. Yeah.
Congratulations! What was the award?
You. It was Tech Woman of the Year award.
Wow, that's serious.
Yes, it was pretty awesome. And the funny thing was, my daughter also won, and we're the first. I'm the first Black woman to win this in the history of this whole tech company or tech organization. And my daughter ended up winning in the youth category. This kid is 17. She's an applied AI specialist.
Oh, wow.
Developer, software developer. I homeschooled her, so she has like university education already.
That's awesome.
You know, so it's been crazy. It's kind of taken off. And I'm like marketing for like politicians during their elections and doing like big kind of awesome stuff.
Yeah.
But
making a lot of connections, I'm sure, and just getting the experience. You know what I mean? Because it's like learning this stuff. A lot of people don't realize, like, sometimes they don't want to do certain jobs, but it's like, or they're like, oh, this doesn't go in my direction. But it's like, you got to look at the experience that you get from that. You know what I mean? You do this for these politicians. You can now do that for yourself. And you're getting paid to do it. You know what I mean?
Yeah, so, and I charge $300 an hour for my time now.
You need an assistant? You pay me $100. I'll just hang out with you and be like, you're amazing.
Well, when that time comes, but that's the thing though. I'm highly educated, and so though I was selling soaps and things, I'm a very educated person, right? With multiple degrees, and so that's what I'm doing right now, and I still feel like I want to get into the beauty stuff, that I need to manage 2 businesses. So once my paperwork goes through, it's on. I already have things in place, and because of the tech business, I have contracts now, like big level contracts I got from Las Vegas from one of my clients.
Oh, okay.
Where I'm able to do like distribution contracts. So we should probably talk about that.
Yeah, for sure.
I'm excited about that.
Yeah, especially in distribution, not just in Seamoss, but in other, because like we're looking sort of to start expanding what we're doing, getting into the herbs and stuff like that. Mainly because it's like, well, we know how to ship Seamoss, herbs, widgets. You know what I mean? It's all the same stuff. And through my partner, he has a lot of direct access with farmers, different growers and stuff like that. So it's almost like literally we can put an order in like what we want and find it. I have one guy I know who owns so much land. He told me that he's got nothing but coconuts on his land. And he's like, I pay guys pay me $100 and they get to pick as many coconuts as they want. He's like, yeah, just give me $100 and you can just go there and like load it up with trucks and free coconuts.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. I'll fill up in St. Lucia. I'll fill up a container and I'll send it, and we'll just sell coconut, fresh coconuts cheap, right off the docks.
Wow, that's amazing. To me, I'm thinking I would love to take that and like make coconut bowls. I'll cut it in half and then make coconut bowls out of it. So and you polish it off, put the mineral oil on it. Like I love doing organic. Organic things for the kitchen. And,
do you think there's, sorry to interrupt you, but do you think there's a market for those kind of like household items and stuff like that? Really?
I don't know if there's a market for it. I just know for my family, I love doing that.
Because I can get those coconut bowls. I can get those calabashes and stuff. I can even get like someone to come in and draw designs on them and whatever. You want your own name on it and whatever?
Those are good. I've been looking for them. They expensive too. Yeah. I've been trying to buy some.
All right.
Some people over here in Detroit where I'm at, they would probably eat that up. Black folks out here would eat that kind of stuff up. So
really?
They're sold at like African festivals here in Detroit. So
I can get that shit all day. And like I can go into like areas where like people are like, not to say suffering, but could really use this support. Do you know what I mean? Someone to come in and even purchase a couple $100 of their product would mean a lot to them. And even my dad, one of my dad's good friends, that's what she does. She makes calabash bowls and designs. And a lot of these guys, especially in the craft section, they've been really hard hit because most of their crafts were sent to, were sold to tourists that were visiting. you know, because of COVID, most of these tourists haven't come back, you know what I mean? Or they're coming in small numbers, or they're limited to where they go. And so some people are, you know, getting advantage, but some are a great disadvantage.
Exactly. And Julien, you know, I'm from Nigeria, so like that stuff sells. And they ship that over. Like I can get that like for cents in my country, right?
Yeah.
Like, with the exchange. If you're interested in that, like I mean, I'm going to a farmer's market probably soon with my products, and I would love to have those bowls because white folks love that stuff. They're all about organic everything, earth friendly. Let me
ask. And Tata, I don't know if you can hear me, but I can look. I haven't really seen those spoons, but I'm sure I can get those spoons made.
Well, yeah, there's a store. There's a store in downtown Wilmington. It's a Caucasian-owned store, of course. They sell this little small teak spoon. Do you see how big this is?
Yeah.
That's why, because that's my measure.
$12.99, and I'm sure they're only paying 10 cents.
Maybe, especially if it's coming from like an African country where they're struggling to, you know.
And I asked them, are they paying fair market? They said, well, we pay them what we think is fair. Oh, okay.
What?
But I haven't been back after they said that.
Like, why couldn't you just say yes?
Nah, they wanted to show how they feel.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like they.
I know what that means. I know what that means. Because there's a lady that I just found on Instagram that sells Ubawa, and she also sells shea butter. So she has this particular village where these people are manufacturing it for her. And I asked her, was she paying fair market price? She said the same thing. So I'm like, wow, these white people just draining the culture.
I'm not for that.
Like Elon Musk and the minerals that he needs for his batteries.
I haven't told anybody this, but I'm considering seriously about taking a trip to Africa. My pastor owns a lot of land, or he purchased a lot of land through our church to set up like a Bible retreat and I guess a prayer center, so that like missionaries and stuff, when they come into that region in Ghana, they have a place to stay and rest and, you know, go out and do missionary work and stuff like that. And the land is like full of like mangoes and shit and the shea butter trees or whatever. And he said he can get the people to come and make it and stuff like that. So I want to go down there, make sure that everything is kind of kosher and everything. But I'm seriously thinking about getting into the shea butter. And I think we said this before, Max, and I was telling you about that. I just haven't.
Yeah, I get access to shea butter from ladies in Ghana. That's what I use.
And so I kind of want to do the same thing, but it's like COVID has just put a damper on a lot of this stuff, you know? I haven't even gone to St.Lucian in 2 years.
Right.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. Hurts.
Yeah. It's rough. It's been rough.
But it's coming out. You know what I mean? Finally, we're allowed to go around without any masks, which is crazy. You know what I mean?
Right. Well, I mean, for people who got vaccinated, it's easy for them now to move around. I personally didn't want any part of that, so.
We've dropped a lot of the vaccine mandates here. So before you couldn't go to a restaurant unless you had vaccinated. Now you can. And so that's good. But I had the paperwork that said that I was vaccinated, even though I wasn't. To me, it's like, no, straight out, I ain't gonna hide about that stuff.
That we get that are fully vaccinated and boosted with their 2-3 boosters, and they're still sitting up in ICU on a vent.
Thank you. And not only that, but listen, I'm a man who operates and lives on logic. Okay, it doesn't protect you, and I don't need the protection. Like, this is what people and it's what they don't understand is you got to be able to separate a sales pitch from facts. You know what I mean? All that shit was sales. Like, they were forcing us. They in some ways, some of these governments had to push this stuff on them because they invested so much money into them that if they didn't do that and say all the vaccines expired and shit like that, and something went wrong, then they have that's why a lot of times these things, they happen not because they're supposed to happen, but it's like whoever is in control is protecting their ass.
Obama talked about this illness that was coming. Bill Gates helped hood. This, 12 years ago?
His dad, longer than that.
I don't think it's totally intentional and happened. It was probably known that it was.
No, it's intentional. Just like when he let those mosquitoes out in Brazil, and all of those people got sick of Zika virus. That's his creation. That guy been doing that. His dad started that type of stuff. So you can't say it's a coincidence or it's like somebody is a conspiracy theorist. No, his dad was doing the same thing. That dude been rich. All those, like, the dude's story is phony. That dude dad been in the government. Everything he doing the same thing his dad doing. His dad was doing the same thing after that he doing. Everywhere he go, nobody can have kids now. Like, that's not a coincidence.
That's why he's with Planned Parenthood.
Exactly. And see, well, other thing people don't know, see that soap that you just showed, that what is that, Brown Earth? They also fund that. Those people also fund the same thing that Bill Gates doing. That company is big on Planned Parenthood, is big on giving people vaccines. That's why I don't fool with that company.
Look up the origin of the ladies in Planned Parenthood.
Eradicating it. You know, the vaccine for smallpox eradicated smallpox.
Do y'all know the woman who started Planned Parenthood, who she is and where she came from?
Margaret Thatcher?
Do you know her racist background?
Was it Margaret Thatcher that started Planned Parenthood? Really?
I didn't think it was her.
No.
I think it is. I think it is Margaret Thatcher that started.
Yep.
Honey, Planned Parenthood was not made and organized for African Americans. That's for sure.
It was made to decentralize us as far as, like, the worst thing that can happen. The worst thing that can happen to us.
Margaret Sanger, not Thatcher, but.
Is that we actually stop producing. They don't want us to produce. Like, that means that they're cut out of a lot of things, because right now, like, the perception is that they have the number, and they really don't. And the more that we produce and the less that they do, like, why do you think they're trying to turn all our men gay? That's nothing good. Well,
you know, I'm looking at this Margaret Sanger, and she actually is linked to white supremacy and eugenics. You know, if you look her up, her origins are pretty ruthless and ugly.
Wow.
Yeah.
And what she thinks about black people really let you know.
Yeah, and they own a lot of cosmetics and things like that for women.
So I wasn't wrong. Margaret. I knew her name was Margaret. I can't remember what that last name was.
Yeah, as soon as you hear Margaret, you think Thatcher. But that's crazy how these people have these organizations and they're just like operating in plain sight, and no one really sort of.
The American way.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, y'all don't understand, like, eugenics. Do you know what I mean when I say eugenics, yo? Like, y'all know about Nazi Germany, right?
Mm-hmm. Eugenics is about like one nation, one. Oh wow.
Yeah, man. She believes that, like, improving the human race was to. Yeah, like, basically improving the human race by weeding out certain characteristics in the gene. So she had the same mentality that, like, the Aryan race was, like, superior, and so her trying to eradicate as many babies as possible from certain cultures was her origin. Like, very racist Nazi kind of lady who believes so heavily in eugenics, and she does not like disabled people or minority groups. So she's exterminating. I forget how many millions of babies are killed regularly because of that organization. It's just such an atrocity.
Hitler was half Jewish.
About Hitler is that like, if you start reading back, Hitler really didn't have a problem with black people. He had a problem with Jews.
Oh, yes, he did. Don't believe that.
No.
Let me break it down to you.
Didn't he have a problem with anybody that was like not blonde haired, blue eyes?
Respected them where the whites didn't.
Okay, let me break it down to you. So, the reason why the Holocaust and everything happened is because Jewish were trying to pretty much intermingle with Germany, and they're trying to blend in, and they started taking over certain things. And so when he started going through it and taking all these people out, he was singling them out because he's trying to see he didn't know who they were. They came out of nowhere. And he was like, okay, so who are you? We don't know who you are. Like, he knew who black people were.
Mm-hmm.
People stayed to themselves. They were over on they didn't have a problem. They weren't in Germany. They were in Germany, but they didn't, like, there wasn't a situation where they had a problem with it. So
yes, they did. They still were considered, the Nazis looked at them as inferior race.
It's okay, so it's kind of like
the kid 5833, not to cut you off, Britt, but he says there is a Chinese movie 2018 mentioned coronavirus. I think they're talking about Contagion.
Yeah.
That was a crazy movie.
Now, this is like, and I'll break it down to you. So we think that Russians have a problem with black people. And
no, they never said that nowhere.
Well, like that's what you'll actually think, because you think every place over there actually has a problem with black people, and they don't.
No, only America does.
Only America does. Like, the black people are in their own little space over there.
Yeah.
Like what it is that with Germany, he didn't know who they were. Like, Jewish people came out of nowhere and started taking over, and they started taking over media. They started taking over things that were important to them, and they know how you can actually control stuff when you start taking over, because they already taken over a certain spot. And so when they started the concentration camp, it was, I need to know who you are, because I don't know who you are. You came out of nowhere. Are you of us?
Mm-hmm.
Like, that was and I really need y'all to, because I read about this for a while. I really need y'all to look at this, because he didn't have really a problem with, like, he was looking for that blonde hair, blue eye situation, because he knew that these were Germany people. Like, now we have situations now that he didn't know who these people were. They came out of nowhere. They were kind of like what you would call aliens.
Mm-hmm.
You get what I'm saying?
Okay.
So, and that's why he was doing all these experiments on them to figure out if your blood is like our blood. If you are of this race, it's crazy. Like, I didn't want to believe it either, because I hate it.
I wonder if that has something connections with aliens and stuff. Because I remember once watching a documentary where they were talking about rockets and stuff like that, and that Bonder, whatever his name is, they were interviewing him. He's like, they were like, where did you get all this information? He's like, we got it from the guys in the sky. You know what I mean? He's like,
got it from Africa. That's where they got it from.
Probably. But think about it. It's like, what if our whole religion was based on this, like, aliens coming in, like, they talk about the Anunnaki and stuff like that. And so in the Bible, they talk about the Jewish being the chosen people and stuff like that. What if they are this kind of like specialized alien race, and the you know what I mean, the Germans knew, and the Germans were kind of like, we don't want you coming in and infiltrating, you know what I mean, like reptilians or something like that.
Who knows? But I know that black people, like, in the 1940s, they would they would typically routinely throw black people on the front lines of war, 120,000 of them. And, prisoners of war, they would separate the whites from the black. These are Nazis. Separate the whites from the black. And blacks were known to have the worst kind of treatment, far worse than the whites. When you go into all the history of what went on and the conditions and how they were seen as the most subordinate race because of our dark skin. This idea that they didn't have a problem with us, I don't know where that comes from, because they 100% had a problem with us as well.
Was that before
they burnt a lot of African people.
100%. And they had extermination programs for black, basically what they would do is they would execute these prisoners of war and do all kinds of craziness to the black folks. So that's why I'm wondering, like,
No,
Just
okay.
idea.
What the whites did when we came here.
Now, my question for that is like, are we talking about before Hitler or after Hitler? Because
during and after.
This is during.
I don't know why they started this thing talking about he didn't have a problem with it. That dude took shit from Africa. The dude got a lot of shit from Africa.
He got a lot of stuff from everybody.
Like no, but Africa, they was one of the first to go over there and just ravish the piss out of Africa. And that started the race to Africa. Everybody wanted to go over there and steal the resources.
I thought that was Leopold.
He started that shit.
I was getting ready to say that was Hitler.
No. I'm talking about during that time, Hitler was fucking over that place. I don't know why they talking about this dude didn't do the shit that he did.
It was before Hitler.
Not true. Just trying to make you look at him in a good light.
No, I don't look at him in a good light. I just think that.
No, I'm saying that's how they trying to make people look at him.
I don't know about that.
I think that the Holocaust and what we understand it as being. Like, I think the reason why the Holocaust happened is a little bit different than what we're explaining. Now, do I think that he would? Do I think he was doing us the same way everybody else does us? Yes, because guess what? We allow it. The bottom line is we allow it. And if you see that we're going to allow you to do us a certain way, then, like, okay, the best way I can describe it, if you're winning.
I mean, he's still doing it. That don't make it right or whatever. He that dude was an evil dude. Like, it wasn't just about Julien. It was about everybody. If he could have killed everybody, he would have killed everybody because he wanted his race to be the only one.
I don't know about that, but, you know, I understand where you're coming from.
Yeah, I wanted to say, Julien, if you want to connect about the stuff, you know, that we usually talk about, please let me know. It's late. It's after midnight, so I'm going to go ahead and dip out and lay in bed. It's been a long, crazy, productive day.
All right. But yes, I do want to connect, and I think, oh shit, did my phone die? Oh no. My phone got too hot. And there was on Instagram, I think I just they died. But I'll reach out to me, or I'll reach out to you. And there's a guy online, Ricky. I think he'll want to connect with you, because he's getting into making some soaps and stuff like that.
You know what? Maybe it happened for a reason. I just couldn't keep on that conversation. That's what I was going to do. To be honest.
No, I was about to change it when I got back. I was just making the cocoa tea.
No problem. It's just.
But look, the universe
conversation. I want to be productive with you.
Yeah, the universe ended it. So there you go.
Yeah. So for me, I'm now at the point where I'm starting to try and fix up the house that I was in. When we moved out here, we ended up staying with my husband's cousin, and that was a total disaster.
Oh no!
Where he turned into like a I don't know, a control freak.
Yeah, that happens.
You know what I'm saying? And so I couldn't really spread my wings and actually make products. He wanted me to make products for him, and like secretly, so he could sell it under his. And I said, no, absolutely not. We're gonna do contracts, and it's my brand.
Yeah.
And then suddenly, since I said no to that, I wasn't allowed to make any products in the house there.
Wow.
I wasn't allowed to this. I wasn't allowed to that. You know, and it was ridiculous. So I just said, we're leaving.
Mm-hmm.
Him and I almost went to blows because his sister came in there talking crazy to me. Some old 60-year-old, like she wanted to go toe-to-toe with me. I'm like, lady, I will break your hip. Get out of here. Get out of my face.
And
like, you know.
This was your husband's sister, or?
My husband's cousin.
Yeah.
My husband's cousin's sister.
Yeah.
She's like real ghetto, like real ghetto. Detroit.
Yeah.
And sitting there thinking because I'm skinny that I won't lay her out.
Wow.
Anyway, so I was just like, I can't be in an environment with all this kind of ghetto nonsense, you know, Detroit stuff. So we moved, but we moved into the hood basically. I'm in the hood.
Oh wow.
In Detroit, like place to get shot up regularly, kind of hood.
Yeah.
So, I mean, now I'm like, where am I gonna? I don't have a second kitchen anymore. I don't have my lab, you know. So it's been really hard trying to figure out how to do this here. Mm-hmm. But I am going to. We have an attic, and I'm going to just set up shop in the attic. And I'm growing a bunch of wheatgrass and things like that I'm going to sell at the markets as well on the weekends every Saturday. So now I'm kind of getting there where I can start making some products again.
Yeah.
Just, you know, and The border thing is the only thing I'm trying to figure out because I can't cross the border without vaccination. So I'm gonna have to ship it from here to you, and only God knows how much that's gonna be.
What, from Toronto to from Detroit to Toronto?
Yeah.
It won't be that much. How much are you shipping?
It depends on like I was thinking like we talked about before where it's like mass boxes, so maybe a 10 pack of 20 or a box. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so it wouldn't be too much. I think you can ship like 10 pounds. At least for me to ship 10 pounds to the States, it's like about $20.
Oh, that's something. I thought it was gonna be more expensive. So yeah, man, let's get some package deals together so I can put it on the site.
Okay.
Like how many soaps at a time? We talked about it. You weren't really caring about organic and all that stuff.
No.
But I still keep quality, whether it's organic or not. I'll use like high quality, EVOO, olive oil, and that kind of stuff. And mind you, I already have buckets of organic, so it's gonna probably be that anyways.
Mm-hmm.
And we can decide on like wholesale pricing and ship it out and go from there. But you tell me, like, I want packages of 30. I can't remember what we talked about.
Neither do I.
Want packages of 30 of this, that, whatever. What is it that you want?
I don't know. I think we were gonna look at a couple of the soaps that you had, and then I was gonna get a couple and put them on the site and see how they went. That's what I remember. Right?
Okay, soaps that I already have, you mean?
Was it soaps that you already had, or were we talking about making soaps?
You were talking about making soaps a little bit like on the cheaper side because I make it really high end.
That's right. And then we just had to come out with a different sort of formulations and stuff, right?
Exactly, which means I have to kind of come up with new ingredients and formulate all that stuff.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah.
So let's maybe set up the time and just kind of like, I guess, refresh both of our lines about like what we discussed, and then you know what I mean, figure out maybe a couple different. I don't know. My mind is thinking come up with like maybe 2 or 3 flavors, and then go from there.
Okay, and what's the wholesale price are you looking for so that I don't make something too expensive?
I don't know. Let me get back to you and see. I haven't even been thinking about soap in so long that I wouldn't know the numbers off the top of my head.
For sure, and not even just soap, because I'm not just a person. That's part of it, but I mainly do like other things, right? Like toner, and I've been testing out deodorant for the longest now, and I've been using it religiously. It works amazingly. A spray-on deodorant.
Yeah.
That's all natural.
Okay.
Yeah, and toners for the face, the hair. I made one batch, of shampoo bar, conditioner bars, stuff like that. You know what I'm saying?
What would be a conditioner bar? It's like a bar with like lotion to moisturize your skin, or?
No. Like conditioner. You know how you wash your hair and you have shampoo and conditioner? Mm-hmm. It's in bar form. So it softens your hair, conditions your hair, and you just rub it on your hair like a bar.
Oh, okay. I never.
Yeah, and then also shampoo bar you rub on your hair like a bar. You rub through and it lathers, and it's your soap. It's something that people can travel with without worrying about having the liquid issue when they travel.
Yeah.
And it's kind of handy. It's a little circle. It's compact.
Yeah, I've never seen that before, and I guess it would be good, especially with people that have like dreads and stuff like that, because you can kind of like scrub it into your hair, right?
Exactly, it works amazing with dreads. I really loved it with my hair, and so in my hair, you have to wash it multiple times before it even lathers for some reason with my hair, and with the shampoo bar that I created. It lathered so well after the first wash, which is pretty good, which is really good for me.
Mm-hmm.
Because I don't know, we put oil, we put shea butter in our hair, so it doesn't always lather the first wash, right? Mm-hmm. Until the oil kind of comes out a little bit in the buildup. But yeah, so I do a lot more, and I'm supposed to expand out into anti-aging stuff. Men have been requesting that, not just women. Mm-hmm. And they wonder how the heck do you look so young? Like no filter here, baby.
Yeah, man.
I get that a lot with my daughter now being 17. They just think we're sisters, and being 40, I'll be 43 this year, and there's no way people can ever guess that. And so it's because of what I use on my face. So I figured I would start a line for that as well.
You should.
And also, it's hyperpigmentation stuff, by the way. I know my black soap already does that, but I'm adding an additive there that will lighten up dark spots even faster and more effectively. There's a couple ingredients. I'm working with a chemist to make sure that kind of goes through. So my testing is underway, and we'll see how it works. But that's so there's a lot more, bottom line, than soap that I can offer. In the next 6 months, I say my testing will be probably done. Yeah.
Cool. Wicked.
Where can we buy your soap from?
Oh, it's called instahealthbox.ca. Are you in the U.S. or Canada?
I'm in the U.S.
Good. Okay, yeah, because right now you could actually go. I'm in the U.S. right now, and so my business was kind of on hold because of the border issue with all the vaccination, blah blah blah. I'm unvaxxed. Don't want to be a part of that experiment. And so my American customers just call me and say, hey, can I get this and that? And I just ship it from the U.S. to them. So we don't have to deal with the border issue at all. Since I'm not, because my website is set up to ship from Canada. So they just check out my products, the pricing, and then I just ship it out. So it's good that you're in the U.S.
Yeah.
I can take care of you for sure.
Are you using a third-party company to do the labels?
I'm a graphic designer, so I do all my labels myself as well.
No, what I mean is the shipping labels. So if you...
I'm going to have to go, because I'm here, I have to go straight to the post office. But usually on my website, it prints it right off. As soon as someone orders, it prints off my labels for me, and I just pop it on my box and ship it out. But until I figure out the border issue, they're trying to make me pay taxes out here, and I need an SSN, a social security number, all that. So I can't do it officially like that anymore. So it's going to be manual.
Well, look into getting something like Pirate Ship or Net Parcel, because I sign up to those and I print labels for the U.S. from one place to another, and I haven't had to show any proof that I'm American or anything like that.
So it starts off in the U.S.?
Yep. Yeah, even Pirate Ship.
Maybe you and I need to talk because I need to figure this out, Julien. I'm just afraid to mess up my status because I had a friend who was out here trying to do business and they found out and they deported her behind. And I can't afford that because my husband is here. My whole family's here.
But how did they find out?
They research every dang thing. Over here, when you're doing your immigration papers, they research everything. They check your social media. They check everything about you.
Really?
So,
Wow. I didn't know that.
I didn't know either until I heard that story. So, and they even ask you to print out like all your social media to prove like kissing your husband, vacationing with your husband. They want all that on the paperwork.
Crazy.
Yeah. So.
Like they act like as if it's so amazing to get into that country. Like, get out of here. Canada's way better. You know what I mean? Than that place. At least I don't know. I can't say because I've never been to the States.
Honestly, there's a lot more racism here in like pockets of like craziness, but I have to say with my business, my gosh, the opportunities out here are like horrendous. The kind of clients that I have out here, my goodness, where I got flown out to Las Vegas and I'm like sitting there with like Malik Yusuf, who is like Kanye's behind the scenes guy, right? And he had just come from the studio with Kanye with the Donda 2 thing that's going on and sitting with me, right? And I mean, I just wonder if I could PTR, but like I was sitting chilling, and he was holding my beauty. He bought up all my beauty products that I brought to Las Vegas. He wouldn't let nobody else have it. Once he smelt it and experienced it, he was like, nope, it's all mine. And then he did like a total promo for me. I cannot wait to launch my business because check this out. I'm just going to PTR this with him.
Yeah.
But he did like a sit-down interview with me on my products.
That's awesome.
You see that PTR? Yeah, man. That's pretty crazy. But
yeah, he's got all your stuff there. And
oh, yeah. The ladies were salty. They were like, we can't have a soap? He was like, nah, these are all mine.
Oh, man.
So,
but I think you should also link up with Ricky, who was on here earlier from Gold Seamoss, because I think
Like he's always looking for products to collaborate with people and stuff, and definitely with your knowledge of the soaps and stuff like that. You know what I mean? Like sometimes it's easier to get someone who knows what they're doing and just kind of like farm the work out and stuff.
Yeah, thank you. And Yusuf, thank you for checking my Instagram. I haven't used it, like I said, in a while. I kind of pivoted to my other business, but yeah, let's please connect. I love it. I love this. I've been all about building websites and doing like, musicians EPKs and album covers. That when I had a client and we were chatting about like her skin problems, I was just like, I miss this.
Mm-hmm.
She's like, oh, I think I have parasites. And I'm like, listen, all you got to do is take papaya seeds, buy a papaya, eat the flesh, take the seeds, dry them out. When they're fully dry, powder them, and put them in capsules. And take this many a day, and it'll kill your parasites. Like, it's scientifically proven. Yeah.
I didn't know that.
A lot of people don't know that. Like, a lot of people here, they do too much stuff when it comes down to, like, they take too much. It's simple things you can do. But that's one thing I do. I take the whole papaya. Like, I eat the papaya. The only thing I don't eat is the skin.
Exactly. And, like, papaya has papain, right? And it's so good. It's a digestive enzyme, just like pineapple and pineapple and papaya. They both are great. Pineapple has bromelain and papaya has papain. They're great to help you digest your food. So, but the seeds, no one knows about the seeds. They're bitter as heck. It tastes horrible. That's why it's better to just encapsulate it. I tried to put it in my shake, and I was like, oh, this is too much. But it gets rid of parasites. You'll see studies where they said that there were a bunch of kids that had parasites, Julien, and when they started taking the capsules of the powder, 71% of them got rid of all that there were no parasites left in their stool.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, it's significant.
It's a big thing in the Caribbean and stuff like that. You know what I mean? Where you get these parasites. My dad would tell me stories about how they had all these parasites, ones coming out of his nose and stuff like that and everything. Because he said everybody walked barefoot down there and there was no proper washrooms. So people would just shit everywhere. And you would sometimes walk on that or whatever and things would get into your feet. And so, yeah, when he came
please tell him. Tell him about the papaya. He'll be all right.
Oh, no, this was like when he was a kid. Like he was telling me when he was young because he said like when he had to come to Canada, he had to get all these shots and stuch like that because he had so much parasites and everything. They wouldn't let him come in the country.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay.
What are you making? Sorry, go ahead.
I was just saying, I'm a geek with that stuff. Like, when it comes to natural stuff, it's shocking when I go into these rooms in Clubhouse, they'll have, like, 25 doctors from different walks of life in there talking about, let's give some health tips. And they're giving the basic health tips. And I'll come up there and be like, vitamin D, you should take this kind of supplement, this vitamin D supplement, if you for this. And I come up there like, you guys don't even have to worry about taking supplements. I'm all about taking whole foods. What you need to do is go ahead and get you a shiitake mushroom. Yeah. Take the shiitake mushroom. Lay it, I said, you lay it down, gill side up, outside in the sun. Let it sit there for X amount of hours, and do that for X amount of days, right? And I was explaining, I'm like, you have, 46,000 IU per 100 grams of vitamin D. So you can go ahead and cut that up, take yourself 20 grams and take that daily and have a massive dose of vitamin D naturally from the sun because the gills will pull in. It's one of the only mushrooms that will actually pull in and take in the vitamin D from the sun. So we can supplement with it. And so they're giving advice like, you can sit in the sun for this many hours and that should be helpful. I put my hand up and I said, you know what? Thank you for that information, doctor. But I want to let you know that as a Black person, it is scientifically proven that we need to be in the sun 3 to 5 times as long as white people in order to get the same amount of vitamin D. So by the time we do that, we're going to be roasted. It's not even healthy for our skin. Another option is shiitake. And they were just like, we don't even know that, Maxine. So they kept inviting me into these rooms. And I'm like,
nice.
It's something else that a lot of even doctors don't know the basics about how to heal yourself naturally. It's shocking to me.
Well, they weren't taught it in school.
Yeah.
Medicine.
You know.
And it's against the law for them to talk about it too.
True.
I guess so, to an extent. But this room was about natural, and we're talking like we had naturopaths. There were like, one of the guys in the room that was leading the room, he is an acupuncturist. So we're talking about people who are natural medicine, Chinese doctor, like for real. And they didn't know this stuff still. That's what I'm saying.
Mm-hmm.
Some were conventional, some were not. And so it's great when I'm able to add value like that, and at least but for Black people, because it's like you're leading them astray, talking about go outside to sit in the sun. That's not going to cut it. That's why we're constantly dying from COVID, because we are so deficient, especially sitting in the house for 2 years. We already don't even get enough sun when we're out as Black people, or getting the vitamin D from the sun. And then now we're cooped up for 2 years. We're dying a lot more than that because our immune system is compromised because of lack of vitamin D.
Mm.
And so, like, I've seen so many of my people die that were healthy. You're like, how do you not make it through through COVID?
Mm-hmm.
I made sure I got my 10,000 IU a day. With autoimmune disease, y'all, I beat it. I beat COVID.
Yeah, man. Someone's asking here, why should taking mushrooms are a no-no according to Dr. Sebi? Does anybody know that question?
I'm sorry, you said what?
He said, why shiitake mushrooms are a no-no according to Dr. Sebi? And then I think he also mentioned portobello mushrooms are better for what you were talking about.
Honestly, you're not going to like my answer about that because Dr. Sebi has been wrong on certain things.
A lot of
he actually was.
We don't mind. We don't mind. Like, how do you say it? This is a safe space where you can speak the truth of how you feel about things.
Okay. So initially, when Dr. Sebi was talking about Seamoss, he was actually holding up Gracilaria. Yeah. And was giving information about this Seamoss is this and that. And he was actually describing
Gracilaria.
He was actually describing Condus crispus.
Are you sure? Because he said it was thin, long strains, and that's not consistent with Condus crispus. But he called it Condus crispus.
Okay, that's what I'm saying. Yeah. Thank you. So he called it. Yeah, he had. What I'm saying is he had it mixed up.
Yeah.
So he didn't even know his species properly.
And sorry to cut you off, but I just want to point out, in some ways, that's okay that he got it wrong. Do you know what I mean? Like, this guy was doing this stuff back like 20, 30 years ago when there wasn't internet. He was looking at, and even when you study the Seamoss, the genius name or the top sort of general name for seaweeds or Seamoss is Condus crispus. But the actual, you know what I mean, the species is not it. And they don't serve it at their Ushla village. They serve the Gracilaria and they boil it.
Yeah.
So
I don't know. Yeah.
I guess when I'm pointing out these things is because there's a lot of things that many of these sort of Dr. Sebi followers or enthusiasts or whatever, there's a lot of things that they say is, Dr. Sebi said this and they're wrong in a sense that, you know what I mean? Sure, he said Condus crispus, but he didn't mean Condus crispus. You know what I mean? Sure.
Yeah, but
talked about both of them. The thing is, a lot of stuff he said was wrong. Like he said, Moringa wasn't good for you. He only said that because a guy that he didn't like was selling it. There's a lot of things Dr. Sebi said that was straight up bullshit.
Thank you.
He's a bad guy because whatever he was doing, he knew what he was doing. Whatever type of healing he was doing, hey, that's him. And really, you can say his wife because he was just.
And there you go. That's what we feel.
The bad thing about Black people in the U.S., they think science is fake. They don't understand it, and it's like, okay, shiitake mushrooms bad because Dr. Sebi said you can't eat red beans because you're going to die. You can't eat lemons because it's acid, but you're eating pineapples.
Thank you. Yeah, and you know what? It is acidic, but it has an alkalinic effect to the body.
Yes.
So when I hear this stuff from him, and I'm just like, and there's certain people that are like almost hostile and kind of violent about anyone who says anything about, Dr. Sebi, and it's like, man, like scientifically, a lot of things he said was incorrect.
Yeah.
Dr. Sebi, and it's like, man.
Oh, sorry, I hit the volume there. I'm trying to make my own phone stand for the phone because I don't know if you got
do the exact same thing.
But you notice how the club or the Instagram died, right?
You know why it died?
My phone got hot.
your phone guy, I was like, we were talking about the wrong thing.
Oh.
They said move on.
Yeah, the universe was like, okay, we're done with this. You know, I think Maxine sensed it too. She was trying to pull the parachute before it was too late. And then the phone was like,
Yeah. But I like this conversation because, you know, there's God gave all this food for nourishment.
Mm-hmm.
I really believe that this is all, like, all this food is there for a reason. And so saying that, oh, you know, this food is not good at all, period, black and white, I don't believe everything is black and white like that, you know. Lemons and limes both have their benefits.
Mm-hmm.
100%.
I think the problem is we're eating too much of the same stuff. Do you know what I mean? Like God said, too much of one thing is not good. You know what I mean?
So, so it makes me want to ask that question is, so what do you think about what Dr. Sabi says about hybrid foods? Like, cause really, like the limit to hybrid is so I look at it as evolution, and people evolve, and once they evolve, you start to learn different things. I'm not sure. I always like to hear what other people have to think about that.
Nature makes hybrids as well. A lot of the stuff we eat today is hybrid. Bees make hybrids. My mom used to plant different plants close to each other, and guess what happened? They merged. So hybrid is not bad. Dr. Seven didn't believe people. He didn't like mixed people. So if you really go into a lot of shit he said, he just didn't like nothing mixed. He didn't believe in it. But a belief isn't true. A belief is just your belief.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you got to separate belief from facts. All right. So.
Yeah, and there was no scientific evidence based on a lot of things that he said. You know what I mean? And so you can take it or leave it. I mean, he's saying to eat vegetables and fruits. So I mean, generally, you go on that diet, you're probably going to get better than eating what you typically eat. You know, but I wouldn't say that it's the be all end all diet at all.
A lot of people think it is, and a lot of people that eat from his diet, they eat a whole bunch of sugar, a whole bunch of starch and sugar, and that's so unhealthy. But that diet will make you eat so much sugar. It's a shame.
I'm still here. I am just making some cocoa tea. If you're wondering what I'm doing. Although there's no explanation though.
I'm definitely going to buy some of your soaps. I need some good soap out here because I work over the road, and I just need something good for my skin because I'm constantly getting bombarded by the sun while I'm sitting down driving.
Okay, I would recommend a 3-step for you. You know, like men don't even realize. Men will just wash their face and then go about their business, and that's really not good for their skin. And then they get older, and then they're wrinkling. You know what I'm saying? I don't know if you notice it. A lot of times men look older than their women, even though they're the same age once they hit a certain age. And men don't really, if you don't tone your skin after you wash it, you're like leaving your face susceptible to wrinkling early in time. And not only that, but if you're prone to skin issues and things like that, you're keeping your skin at the wrong pH level on a regular basis daily if you don't tone your skin and then seal it in with some kind of moisture. So I make sure I do that every time I wash my skin. I put toner on, and then I lock in that hydration with a serum. And it's a quick 3-step.
What do you mean toner? Like
okay, so
I don't know.
Okay, no problem. It's a good question. So, when you use a soap, you use soap for your face. Your face naturally has a pH level of between 4.5 and 5.5 pH, and so anything outside that pH is Not a good place for your skin. And soap itself, unless it's pH balanced with chemicals or whatever they do, it's going to be higher than 7 if it's a solid soap. So when you wash your face with it, you've now brought your pH up higher than it's supposed to. So you need to bring it back down. And so you use a toner. I have an organic toner, different ones. You use that, you spray it on your face, it goes into your pores, it will bring your pH back to a healthy place, so it preserves your acid mantle, which is like the protection layer on your skin. And then with all that water that you have on your face now with the toner, you lock it in with either a lotion or a serum, and that will keep your face hydrated. So I don't know your age. Like I said, I'm 40.
I'm 30. I'm 37.
Okay, so once you pass 25 years old, you start losing collagen, and and once you hit a certain age, you start getting something called transepidermal water loss. So that means like the water, when you wash your skin or whatever, you lose water in your skin a lot faster, which is why over time you start wrinkling. Okay, and so when you are able to tone your skin with that, it hydrates your skin through the pores, and then you seal it in with moisture or with oil or whatever. I prefer non-clogging oils because it keeps the water in your face longer, so it preserves your youth longer. That, if men don't do that, eventually they're going to wrinkle. Do you get what I'm saying? So it's like you're basically trying to keep the water in your skin as long as you can, so that by the time morning comes, the transepidermal water loss is minimal, which will keep wrinkles at bay longer. Does that make sense?
So when you're saying toner, you're actually something like a rose hip oil?
You sell all of that type of stuff?
Yes, I do.
Hold on there.
It's called my 3-step. You'll see on the site. Oh, did I even send you the site? You probably have it on my IG, but I'll just do it anyways. Instahealthbox.ca. Yeah, so it's called the 3-step. I use the Youthful Royal because it has frankincense in it with some German chamomile, I believe, with some rose water. Man, let me tell you, from Damascus, like from Lebanon, all those things there, it's known to keep your face youthful and have healing properties and things like that. So that's the one I go to because that's the anti-aging toner.
Mm-hmm. Hey,
for my age group, that's what I do. And the youth use it too, because I mean, what the heck? Why not stay youthful as long as you can? So, yeah, that's what I would say. And the serum I also use is a Youthful Royal serum that has myrrh. I put myrrh in there as well with ylang ylang, which smells really nice. Men love it because it smells very manly, but it also is super good for the skin.
So would that help? Like right now, I'm getting like under my eye, like around my eyes, getting like dark. I'm not sure if it's because I'm not eating something I should be eating, or I'm lacking something. But like around my eyes are just like darker than normal.
Yeah, well, that's something that I wouldn't say that will help with that. That's poor circulation issue. You have poor circulation under your eyes. I have to give me some time with that because I have some stuff for under eye, dark under eye. But there's I have some natural ingredients that I have to put into a cream, make a cream to mitigate that issue. And I'm setting up my lab right now so I can do that kind of stuff. You definitely need a lab for that. I wouldn't say that would. Yeah, you know what? I can't say not. You might want to try it. It might be a slower process with like the aloe and the other stuff that we have. Anything that has that's good for circulation will be helpful. So I would recommend maybe the peppermint black soap or something like that, because peppermint will open up the blood vessels and might help with your circulation under your eyes. But that might be more of a slower process. But it's good to have more circulation regardless if you have poor circulation, right?
Nice. So how do you feel about rose?
Did the darkening of your eyes just start, or is it something that's been going on? Because in the health field, that has a lot to do with your liver as well.
That's what I just thought to say.
It definitely could be, yeah.
I think it's it could be that too, because my skin I have like this stuff is like liver spots or like a rash on my skin. But when I'm in the truck, it's like the truck pulls out so much moisture from me while I'm in the truck. Like, doesn't matter how much I drink. The moisture,
all the chemicals coming out of the engine.
It could be that, but the truck itself is just super dry on the inside. So I'm constantly drinking water, and my skin is constantly
coconut water.
It could be so many things, though, right? Because like dark under eye could be from, like you said, it could be liver or situation like that. It could be that you don't get enough sleep, lack of sleep, or exhaustion. I mean, it could be even just excessive. If you're like a construction worker, excessively working in the sun. There's so many. It could be autoimmune issues. It could be, you know what I'm saying? So many things. It could be that you're anemic as well. I would go and get checked out, right? Like get checked out for everything under the sun and do your elimination. And then if it's just like poor circulation, then you go from there.
And you have your CDLs, right? So you had to take that mandatory physical with the DOT.
Yeah, but that mandatory physical don't do nothing. They tell you touch your knees, put your hands up, goodbye.
So do you have a general practitioner? The people that I know that had to get physicals, they had to get labs drawn. So are they not drawing your labs when they do your physical?
No, they don't do that in CDL. You'd be surprised. Some of these truck drivers, they shouldn't be driving because they have like elephantitis. Like they don't do anything.
The ones I know are in North Carolina, so each DOT is set up differently.
They might be saying it because they don't want you to know. I'm telling you what all the companies do. They want you out on the road, so they don't care about your health. As long as you can walk.
No. These people own their own trucks. They don't work for a company.
Oh, okay. So they do their own DOT.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Like when I owned trucks, my drivers had to go and they had to get physicals. Like one of my friends was driving. One of my friends was driving. He's diabetic and he almost couldn't get behind the wheel because they had to make sure. They had to make sure everything was correct. When he had to go through it stalled up for 2 months because he had to go through all these things and make sure his blood sugar was right and all these. And they had to change his prescriptions. There was a whole bunch of stuff that we had to go through just for him to get on the road.
Because they can black out. So I don't know what kind of DOT they dealing with, but the people that I know, the DOTs that they deal with, they have to go in and do manual physicals. They have to do blood work. I know one right now that won't go to the doctor for his vertigo because it'll be documented and the DOT can pull that and they can lose their CDL. So I don't know about that.
Yeah, it's I mean, if a company is doing it itself, yeah, but when the mass majority of truck drivers are unhealthy, and these companies know it, and DOT also knows it, but they don't care. That's the thing about, you have some companies and some people that care, but the majority don't, because when I go to these rooms, it's like, yeah, lift your hands up over your head, breathe in and out, squat, okay, you pass the physical, you're not on drugs, right?
Providing the physical, or you have to go to your general practitioner for your physical?
The company provides it, and I have to go. No, hear what I'm saying. The company has a doctor on site, and I can go take my own. I've been taking my own going to the doctor, but everywhere I went, it's the same thing. You don't have a regular general practitioner. Yeah, but like the DOT is not how it should be, because they'll look at you first. You look fine. Lift your hands up. Squat. You're not on drugs. Bye. So I've been doing this for a long time, and I see the same thing in a lot of places. Now, companies that's taking that extra step, those companies probably got.
So the people I know, they own their own truck, and they get all of their money. So they just have a broker to get in to pick the loads up, or they do military loads. They don't work for no company. They get all their coin.
Yeah, I'm not. It's not even about working for a company. What I'm talking about, just DOT physical. Basically, everywhere I went, it's always the same. It's like bullshit, and most of the people that like, if I own my own truck, which I was leasing one at one point, but if I own my own company, basically I don't even have to go take a DOT. I could just go talk to somebody. Hey, I need this. Yeah, bro, bye. Like I got my physical. So it's a lot of stuff that they really don't care about. You have companies that do, but the majority I see they don't care.
Oh, that must be different because we went through it to get my drivers on the road. It was boy, like everything had
they have a hard way to go. So I don't know. Maybe that's a different state thing or something.
I'm falling out, y'all.
Well, companies don't care about you that much, so they're gonna put you on the road, whatever, regardless. You know what I'm saying? So that probably is what he's really referring to. Is like they really didn't care as long as you can get on the road and drive. They'll say whatever.
The big companies they can get over like Lyft, Prime, all the companies they big. So it's honestly ain't no people.
This sorry to interrupt you guys, but it's crazy how we can go from talking soaps, body lotions, to inside a cab, to it's dry, to like the department. I don't even know. What is the DOT? Is that Department of Transportation? Yeah. And Max Eater, I think I can tell she's like ready to tap out because it's just like, okay, what does this have to do with?
I tapped out like 5 minutes ago.
We talk about all kinds of stuff. We're just like a big family.
That's what I love about it. That's what I love. There's no rules. There's no, you know what I mean? Like, and sometimes it gets off topic, but we'll bring it back. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it comes back to it later.
But sometimes you got to get that way because you never know where the conversation is going to lead to. Do you know what I mean? And you learn stuff.
You go get you some blood panels done and make sure your levels is right. That's what you do, Mr. Truck Driver.
What do you think about this, Tata?
That's pretty.
I know, right? Maxine, you can't see this, but I'm showing like a chunk of cinnamon bark. I guess that's the only way you can call that.
Apple fall harvest drink. I can use that in my apple fall harvest drink.
Yeah. No, and it's the real deal. It's not. I mean, it's not like that.
Is that the one that has the sweeter undertone to it?
You know what? I don't know. I'll have to ask him the actual name of it. It's the one that's got a lighter taste to it. It's got a lighter taste to it. Yeah, it's more sweeter. It's not like sharp. You know when you get that sharp one, like when you have cinnamon gum or whatever? Nothing like that. Real subtle.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Mm-hmm. It was nice meeting you, Yusuf, and I don't know all the ladies and men that are with you.
But there's Tata and there's Ricky from Gold Seamoss, and they're on Instagram.
Okay, nice to meet all of you, and I hope to hear from you, Yusuf. And
meet you too.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm so exhausted. I've been up since 3 o'clock in the morning, so it's going to be 24 hours if I don't get to bed right now.
Oh no.
Okay.
Oh no.
I'll probably order something Friday because I really need the soap and stuff and the spray for my face.
Sounds good. Yeah, you just call me. I'll drop my phone number. That way I can do it, direct like we talked about. You can take a look at the website, learn about the ingredients and what it's all about, and then just send it to me. Say, hey, I want this, this, and this, and I got you. All right, King?
Okay, I appreciate it. Thank you very much.
No problem. Have a good night, everyone.
Thank you.
Yeah, good morning.
Good morning.
Oh yeah, it's 12:59.
And I took some of this tea, and as soon as I did it, it was like, when like the tension release, it's like the soursop just hit me, like boom. I'm like, relax.
Julien, did you ever? I know the last time I was on live, you were talking about, and that's been a while now. You were talking about potentially doing like a Seamoss sellers only and a Seamoss business owners only. Have you still thinking about that?
Yeah, I'm still planning to do it. I just haven't launched it yet, but I'm probably going to take
like either the Sunday or the Wednesday, and then turn that into sort of more of an exclusive thing where we're going to do more high level stuff, where a smaller group and I can share the information. Almost like I'd have to vet who's going to be watching, because some of the details that I'll show, it would be like private, like stuff that I wouldn't want the general public knowing.
Yeah, because I had some business questions that I needed to ask, but I saw a couple of my people I know on here, and I'm like, oh, okay.
And sometimes you can't be as frank, Well, probably.
Yeah, so I didn't.
Part of the reason,
it's like important business stuff, like taxes, business stuff, pricing type stuff.
Taxes, I couldn't help you because I know nothing about the taxes in the States.
Ricky?
You definitely don't want to ask me for that.
What?
I need to ask everybody else about their taxes.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness, I had a big problem with PayPal. They just gave me the business the other day. I had to go ahead and dump what I had in holding, in my account, because they were trying to tell me that my business account, which is supposed to be separate from my personal, but because my personal name didn't match up, my business name didn't match up with my personal name, then they needed to freeze my account. And I'm like, what the hell?
I don't know, like PayPal.
You must be doing too much money over there.
Oh, no, that is not true.
Don't pay tax. I know people still pay tax.
Oh, yeah.
I pay taxes
Oh shit!
See that right there. That was my problem. I was in that same realm until they sent me a letter.
I'm trying not to get a letter.
It throws up everything.
Let me tell you what's your best friend. Bankruptcy. Why you think Trump and them filed bankruptcy? Your best friend. That's where you want to be at.
You always want to claim bankruptcy?
Nah, you have to know how to use it. It's a time and place to file. You have to know how. But a lot of people use it to their advantage. That's why rich people always file bankruptcy. It's not because they broke. They use it to their advantage. Yeah, exactly. So, it's good, but you just have to know when and how to use it.
Honey, I'm a little dog. Bankruptcy is not going to do anything for me. I'm a very small dog in this game.
But bankruptcy where it's at if you use it right.
Yeah, that's for somebody pushing big numbers. I hit a time clock and make big numbers. They garnish wages.
Not good.
Quickly. They'll freeze accounts.
Expeditiously.
Yeah, they would.
They mess up. They take their time when they mess up.
Yeah.
Yep. And look. You don't even want to see you the money that they owe you. All type of stuff.
No.
Oh, your boy told us to be quiet. We talking too much.
Yeah, they gonna cut the live off again.
They gonna come after me now.
Yeah, they gonna cut the live off again.
I was wondering what happened last time. I was like, this is kind of weird. I've never had this happen before.
So you know what?
On my side since I came on.
No, you know what was really happening? It was my phone got overheated because I was trying to charge it at the same time, and I had it in this like gimbal stand thing, and so it got really hot, and so I had to put it outside in the cold for a bit to cool it down. Yeah.
Where's the dog, Julie? I haven't seen you let the dog out. Because he usually coming in and out. Where's the dog?
You know what? Is he still out and I didn't let him in? Go. I don't know.
He left the dog out.
He left the dog outside.
No, I think he's upstairs because it's late. He's sleeping with the kids or something.
Oh.
Yeah.
Because normally he's running, you know, and she's running in and out, in and out, in and out. But I'm like, hold on, there's no door activity. Where's the dog at?
Yeah. Thanks for reminding me, because I've gone to bed a couple times and like left him outside and like woke up to him barking. Like what the fuck? What the fuck? He's got such personality too. But he's a smart dog. Like he can open and close the door when he wants to. Right? Because he's done that where he's been like, he'll knock on the door, like he'll tap it, like, let me in. And then again, and then again, you know what I mean? And he does it so lightly. And then after a while, you can tell he's just like, fuck this. And he just pushes right, he puts the handle and then he pushes right through the door at the same time. And then one time,
I noticed that the smartest dogs are the biggest thieves. Like they know how to steal so well. As soon as you turn around, you better not have food. You better not have nothing.
That's him.
Like laying around, and when they steal, you don't notice it. They just don't come around. They'll be hiding somewhere. Then you notice it's like they already gone.
You see a wrapper or whatever. This dog ate a whole fucking chicken on the counter. I went to bed and I forgot about it. Like it was like I came home, dinner, put on the no one ate it, and I left it there. And then the next morning I came down and it was like the way I knew it was that the tray for the chicken was on the ground. So it was like, what the fuck? You know what I mean? And then it was like, but the other day he ate a beef patty that I left on the table. And so I think that's part of the reason why he's not here, because I've been like not shaming him, but kind of like, get away from me. You're not in my good books. And he knows it's because of that, right? So gotta keep these dogs in check.
My little dog at home, he's sparrow right now, more than sure. More sure he having a time of his life right now because I ain't over there.
Mm-hmm. He can do what he wants.
Eating, doing what he wants. Running around.
Where is Moss King tonight?
Yeah, I haven't seen Moss King in a while. You know that?
I think he wasn't feeling good for a minute, so he kind of took a little bit off.
And you know what? That reminds me. He sent me Seamoss like a couple of weeks ago, and I still haven't got it. I should look into that. It's probably like stuck in customs somewhere.
Probably.
Yeah. Honestly, I'm not worried about it. I only bought it because I wanted to save Marvin from getting beaten up. So. Marv. Yeah.
Don't mention that, please don't.
I know.
I don't want to go down that. I don't want to go down that rabbit hole right now.
No, we don't.
Usually you see stuff from him, or maybe I just hadn't been on that much.
No, okay. I'll just say this: they're around Christmas.
The other foolishness that was going on.
Well, there was a point where he was selling a lot, and I guess when you're doing a lot of business, it's hard to sort of manage everything, and sometimes things, start backing up, and so there were some issues where he, he just got behind on some people, and so I was like, okay, you need to sell this because it was slow. It was slow around Christmas. Not a lot of people were selling. You know what I mean? And so I knew he had some Seamoss out there, and I was like, okay, here, I'll buy it. And you know what I mean? But
that's diplomatic of you.
Yeah.
That was a diplomatic answer. I appreciate that.
Well, I mean, it's somewhat the truth. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And I love Marvin. You know what I mean? I love Marvin. I think Marvin has a very genuine heart. You know what I mean? And he tries to work hard and do things. And sometimes when you're a good person and you have a good heart, not to say that people treat you bad, because I don't believe that so much, but you just get caught up. Yeah, or you just get caught up in the situations that, it was better if you just said no or didn't do it. You know what I mean? So you being a nice guy and everything like that, you agree to things, you say yes when really you shouldn't have, and that kind of thing. And it winds up,
Been there before.
Yeah.
I've been there before.
Mm-hmm. So that's why I can't say anything negative about Marvin. I don't think he intentionally, anyways, like you said, you don't I see Rick shut down. You know what I mean? It's like, let's move on.
I don't talk about that. That's a touchy subject.
Yeah, I know. Don't.
Like,
Yeah.
you
Don't.
know, it's late and my filter started leaving as later it gets, and so I'm just, you know, I just won't comment
about it.
I just won't comment. And then I'm just gonna be honest. I'm just not gonna comment. I wish Marvin the best. I won't say anything else besides that.
So have you seen the cocoa sticks that I've gotten? These look pretty cool. Actually,
you must know you said.
No, I don't. But it's other people that went through situations like that.
yeah.
Even Julien went through a situation like that.
What do you mean? What? What did I do?
Something we was talking about not too long ago.
Remind me.
Wet herbs and stuff.
Oh, with Kevin. Fucking guy.
Now, this man, he had to say the name.
Did that guy. I love that guy too. You know what I mean? What's funny about him is like he thought I didn't know all the shit that he was doing behind my back. Like that's like, but here's the thing with me, right? And I'm sure Rick knows this too. Like you're kind of the same way. A lot of the reasons why I act the way that I do is because I'm watching to see how you react and how you treat me. Do you know what I mean? And in some ways, you're going to look at it and be like, Julien doesn't look like he's all together. Or Julien doesn't look like he's really paying attention. Yes, I'm paying attention. I'm actually paying more attention at that point than I usually am when I'm not like that.
I'm keeping notes. I'm tracking everything that's going on.
Everything.
And just think that I'm not paying attention to what you're doing. And I'm paying so much attention to what you're doing.
So much.
And I'm actually like, okay, so this is, I always tell people this, that I grew up around a sister that her whole thing was arguing. Like, that's all she wanted to do is argue. And so if she would ask you the same question 30 times differently, where you had to answer it the exact way, or the next argument. So you had to pretty much be on point. And even everything that you had ever talked about, you had to remember exactly how it went. And so I grew up in that same mind frame that, like, you know what, I'm the younger brother. So I was like after I turned about 10 to 12 years old, I started to realize, okay, she's just killing me in the arguments because I'm not paying attention. And so then I started paying attention to everything. I just soak up everything. Anytime she would say something, I would just soak it up and just soak it up. And so when the argument came, I already knew, like, it was like training.
Yeah, you had all your
Really
points.
like training. And so now that I'm older, like, I actually use that same tactic. Like, you don't want to argue with me. I can remember what we talked about, and I can tell you exactly what we talked about 2 years ago. And like, remember when we talked about this? No, it was this, and this. And then, so I won't get beat in that argument because that's how I grew up. When you talk, man, it was like growing up with my sister was life-changing as far as being sure you on your stuff.
Yeah.
That's crazy. Because my son has sat back and watched my 3 daughters, and he uses the same tactics on me. Like, he has observed everything. And I'm like, I cannot.
And so I keep all, like, you gotta understand something. I have phones from like 8 years ago that I would plug in, like, no, remember what we had this conversation?
Let me text message, let me screenshot.
See? Like, that's how I
my
feel
older
about
brother do. He's doing like my older brother do. He don't forget nothing. I know I'm right because when you was sitting there, your big toe didn't have a nail on it.
Exactly. You remember when you broke that big toe, and it was June of da-da-da-da-da, and your big toe, you said the nail on your big toe came off. And when your nail and big toe came off, about 2 weeks later, you was talking about da-da-da-da-da. You still didn't have that nail. That's the conversation that you get into. And so it's like you start remembering, like, yeah, I'm bad about it. I'm bad about it.
Oh, shit.
And so, I'll let you feel like you're getting over on me. That's all I'll say.
Yeah.
I'll let you feel like you're getting over on me until I switch it up on you.
Yeah, without you realizing it.
And then after that, it's whatever.
Yeah.
I still see Julian's still too nice.
Yeah.
Julian, yeah. Not saying it's a bad thing. Not a bad thing. Not bad at all.
You know,
Julian it's like you just need the right people around you. Because some people will take advantage of your niceness, and you just need the right people around you that kind of run in your circle of how you operate. Like, if you don't, then you have vultures that come and squeeze you for every last piece of energy. Like, it's just like, if you're a problem solver, you don't want somebody that always has problems around you.
Yeah, you're working nonstop.
Yeah.
Because they'll always have something for you. Okay, this and this, and then now you so enamored with their problems that it's starting to create problems for yourself.
Mm-hmm. And start attracting it. But, sometimes I think I'm too nice, but I have to be nice to see.
Sound like you got something running. Sound like you got a vacuum running, Julian.
Really? I don't have anything running. Is it noisy?
There you go. Oh, that wasn't you, Julian. That was somebody else.
I don't know. No, because let me check.
It was fine. As soon as you touched your phone, it stopped breaking. That was you.
No, let me see. No, that's not me.
That's it.
Or maybe it was me because I did move the phone.
Okay, it's doing it again.
That's me then. Because you know what it is? Because I have the phone right by the computer, maybe.
Oh, okay. So
is it the fan?
Yeah.
You got the computer over here.
Oh, you know what? It was a fan.
I'm about to go get a new iPhone.
No, yeah. So you know what it is? It's because I have my computer right here, right? Like this is it, and I had it resting on here, and so there's a fan in the computer. So that's what you were hearing, the fan. Yeah. I just realized that. Yeah, the fan's pretty loud now. I can hear it now when no one's talking. It's like, fan? What are you talking about, fan?
Yeah, bro, Julian, I'm definitely going to get with you next week sometime.
Okay.
And I got to get with my boy because he have that that blender, whatever it's called. What it's called again? You told me, I forgot.
The Bois-Bondet?
Yeah, the grinder he had.
The hammer mill grinder.
What? Oh yeah,
the hammer mill grinder.
Yeah, because I want to get something like that. I probably would need something just like that because I want to do my own seasoning and like my own spices and stuff. Because I have a lot of stuff I still do when I used to cook and stuff like that. So I want to make my own,
spice mixing
and stuff for food. So I'm looking to get something like that.
I also want to say that hammer mill grinder, it actually grinds up that Bois-Bondet as well. I was impressed. I was like, I don't know if this thing was going to do it. And it was just grinding. I was like, what in the world? It was shaking for a quick second. It was like, it would almost hop up. He put it in there, and it was like, ooh. But it was, boy. I'm scared of that thing now. I just got the powder just off to the side. I don't even mess with it no more.
Shit. Yeah, mix all that shit up.
It's like that's way too much for me. I gotta get my levels right.
True. I'm trying to get a lot of stuff started by the middle of next month.
Actually, let me ask y'all a question. Like, how long can y'all leave the Bois-Bondet soaking?
Forever.
I've had this bottle since
it's in rum.
Yeah.
Forever.
Oh man, you have to fill it up more. You got to fill it up.
No, I've been drinking. No, I'm about to take it out. Like, I'm about to take it out because I've had that bottle since November.
Yeah, it doesn't matter. You can keep this stuff in alcohol
forever.
The less water it's in it, the longer it lasts. I mean, basically, you just have a tincture. That's it, and that just lasts a long time.
That junk is strong. I ain't gonna lie.
Sometimes the older they get, the stronger it gets.
Yeah, no, that thing is.
Almost every bar in St. Lucia has one of those.
Yeah.
And they call it the spice rum. And a lot of times they'll put this in there too.
How you have it, that's exactly how it looks when they soak the herbs in Jamaica.
Yeah, like I just take it, like, you know, every now and then when I'm feeling a certain way, I take a shot. This thing look like mud almost.
Oh yeah, because it's dark. You gotta throw some bay leaves in that too.
Yeah, there's a little bit of everything in this one. I'm gonna make me another one though.
I'm gonna have to show you mine once I get home. I have like the gallon container. It was an apple juice container, but I made my own little concoction and stuff.
Yeah, I'm gonna put a little one.
Look at Julien knocked up.
No, I'm stretching my neck. Because I was like this, he thinks I'm knocked out. I knew you were gonna say something.
You know, it's a bit right now that all them boxes that he had to do today is getting to him.
Yeah, man. I literally probably packed about 100 pounds today in like 1 pound, 5 pounds, you know what I mean, 10 pounds, whatever. Like it like took me all day, and it was just like, yeah, a stack of boxes. But soon I'll get to the point. I think I'm gonna have to hire someone. It's getting to that point.
Hey, that's always. You said that before, Julien.
Julien been saying that for a year now.
Yeah, dude. It's so hard finding good work, good people. No, but it is. It's like, I don't know. I just can't get over thinking that I have to pay someone like $100 a day to see the work that they you know what I mean? Like,
$100 a day. Now, who's making $100 a day at Walmart? Nobody.
Well,
it's wage $5.50.
It's $5.50 minimum wage there.
Oh, I'm in the South, man. You tripping? You're Julien, man. We in the South. The South don't pay. He said the minimum wage $5.50. It's probably more than that. In the South, in New Orleans. I'm from New Orleans. The minimum wage is $7.25. What, New Orleans? I mean,
they can't go below $7.25.
Oh wow.
$7.35.
I think here it's $15 Canadian.
Okay, you could have kept that to yourself, Julien. You bragging? You rubbed it in our American faces?
No, because I don't work for minimum wage, 1, and 2, I have to pay that. I don't want to pay that. I'm
it's people here that don't make that.
I'm like a black Scrooge.
$7.35.
Shit, New York 15, but New York rent be what? $2,500 for a front room.
Yeah.
400 square feet.
Crazy.
So you got a bathroom in the front room, and that's $2,500.
Crazy.
It's crazy. Yeah, our economy is all messed up.
What's up, Sean? Oh, there you are on Clubhouse.
What's up?
Hey, Julien,
chilling.
You asked your business partner, do you know anybody that grows coffee in St. Lucian?
No, I didn't ask. I should ask, but I forgot. So sorry.
Do mushrooms? Do y'all have any type of mushrooms that grow over there? Y'all should have some type of mushroom.
I don't think natural, but we have a company there that grows mushrooms, and they do it like they have this like program where they help with at-risk youth and stuff. And so it's like, yeah. And I think they're doing mostly like traditional mushrooms meant for restaurants and stuff. Mm-hmm.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So hey, what's up, Sean? I know we started talking. You were here earlier, but you didn't get a chance to speak at all. Did you have any questions you wanted to ask, or?
No, I was just going through daily routines of being in the kitchen and husband duties and daddy duties and stuff like that. But
That's it.
Nice. Did you see the herbs that I got?
Yeah, I seen you had like some soursop leaves and what else you had? That's all I call it.
Soursop leaves, bay leaves, king of the forest, blue vervain, yeah, stinging nettle leaf.
I need some of that blue vervain. That's what you're talking about, right?
Yeah, I just got to figure out how to price it. I don't know why I don't do research before I ask for these herbs, so I know what to do with them. I'm always like, just send them. I'll figure it out.
Right. That's how we do it.
Yeah, man.
I use that. I want to incorporate that within my this new thing I'm doing with the dream retention, dream recall.
Dream recall?
Yeah, it's almost like being in a whenever you go to sleep, you know, you get to a deep realm of sleep, and you kind of like astral project to another realm of like that type of thing.
Wow, I'm interested in that, and in fact, because I have a lot of dreams, but I can never remember the dreams, right? And I believe a lot of times, you know, you get messages and information transmitted to you through your dreams and stuff while you're sleeping. And what's crazy is my daughter my oldest one, she constantly astral projects. Like she has out of body experiences almost every night.
Oh wow.
Yeah, to the point where she has to listen to certain music on YouTube so she can get some sleep, because she says every time she closes her eyes, she starts floating out of her body.
Yeah.
That's crazy, eh? And I know what she's talking about, because when I was young, I used to have the same thing, but I was able to control it, because what would happen is I was falling asleep. I would have this feeling like I was falling, like constantly. You know, when you're drunk and the room starts spinning kind of thing? It was that kind of feeling. And I hated it. I couldn't sleep, you know? Yeah, put it on mute. We'll hear your business.
Hey, Julien, did you see the question that's on IG?
No. Some of these
weed farming Seamoss is not great for product.
Okay.
They're farming corn, they're farming fruits, they're farming vegetables, they're farming everything.
Farming your water.
Well, first I want to ask the person, what do they know about Seamoss farming? Because most of these people are making the assumption, and they're not qualified to make the assumption because they haven't done the research to understand exactly what it happens in farming. Because if you understood farming, at least in Seamoss, then you'd realize that it's not even really farming. They just have to put a name on it. They're transporting or transplanting. That's, if anything, they're taking it from one place, breaking it into pieces, and attaching it to something else. That's it. Right? And it drives me crazy. What?
If that person wants to come on, I would love for them to kind of explain it. I'll step off for a second so they can kind of explain themselves.
Like I'll step off, bro, because
Me too.
I'll step off. I'm a little too ignorant. I'm gonna go in. I got the book.
I know you said that you already have the information.
Ignorant. You have to be
ignorant. It's all about just, you know, like they may have some.
I like the laugh, though. I like the laugh. I'll leave.
No, you just gonna be ignorant. You ain't gonna be ignorant. You gonna be ignorant.
No, I don't want them afraid that wanting to step on and have that conversation. Like, this is actually what it's really good for. So because sometimes there's a miseducation if you don't educate yourself on it.
That's
true. Heck, I was repeating what I heard until I started researching, and it's like, hold on. Let's not forget about the reef, and when they started harvesting sponges and they killed off the reef that is now federally protected.
Yeah. So I think
that's correct.
Yeah.
They could.
Go ahead.
When you go and upset the ecosystem, what happens to the other plant life that lives off that plant, or the other marine life that lives off that plant? Because it is a animal's home. It is an animal's food. So, I mean, you take that natural source away and it leaves it with nothing. So they don't have anything to hide from. They don't have anything to flourish off of, and they don't have anything to feed themselves off of.
Yeah. And just
Did
to,
that
sorry.
person want to come in and kind of talk about it?
I don't know. We'll see. I invited him. You know what I mean? But then maybe, I don't know, the way I answered him in the beginning might have been a little bit hostile. And you know.
And people still say pool grown, but when you say pool grown, what do you mean pool grown? Are you repeating it because that's what you've heard from someone else? Do you think it's a blue little pool outside or a blow up pool? Because financially, you know, these industries have pool grown, you know, Seamoss, but these pools are huge pools that they have scientists, they have chemists, they have everybody that has to see after this pool, and we're not getting that pool. It's industrialized for other things.
Definitely.
So you joined us.
Hello, how you doing?
Hey, Chef.
I'm good. Yeah, Chef is there.
Yes, welcome.
Okay,
Thank you for joining us.
Yeah, it's cool, man.
Yes.
How
So
are you guys?
good. We're just talking about Seamoss. I said we're just talking about Seamoss.
Yeah, I love Seamoss, man. Seamoss is a good product, man.
Mm-hmm.
I wish the whole world would understand what Seamoss is.
Nice. Yeah. Where are you from?
You know what I'm saying? I'm from Jamaica, but I'm living in London.
Okay, because I see you have that English accent on you, so I had to kind of.
Yeah, I'm Jamaican. I'm living in London. I just woke up now and just watching the program there and just let me.
Welcome. Well, thank you.
I'm passionate about Seamoss.
Yes. We all are. That's why when you mentioned the farm thing, I kind of went a little like.
No, because from my understanding, there's too much in farming of Seamoss. In kind of, you're not getting the real product because Seamoss takes the minerals from the rock.
No.
And farming, it takes the mineral from the rock.
No.
Where does it get its mineral from?
The water.
The waters.
Not just in the water.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, where does the rock get its minerals from?
It doesn't have roots. It has a
What
whole
doesn't have roots?
The Seamoss.
Yeah, but Seamoss, it goes in the natural state, innit?
Yeah, but
when we are manipulating nature by doing it ourselves, I don't think we're getting the real deal there.
Yeah.
Because I've tried different types of Seamoss, and I've kind of seen the result from using it, from what the reaction in my body I'm getting from different types of Seamoss.
And that's definitely possible, but I think that comes down to more factors than just whether it was close to a rock. Some of those factors could be the location of where that Seamoss was harvested from, how that person who harvested the Seamoss treated it, how it was cleaned, how it was dried, how it was stored. Those all can affect the quality and taste and effectiveness of the Seamoss more than the rock. See, when you start researching on Seamoss, you'll find that Seamoss is an algae. And because it's an algae, it's a multicellular algae. And therefore, it's not like a plant where it has different subsections of the plant, like leaves. It has, the root structure, the stem, the core. It doesn't have any of that. If you were to break off a piece of the Seamoss, it will continue growing as if it was part of that Seamoss already. And so when it comes, sorry?
Yeah.
No, sorry, I thought you wanted to talk, and I just didn't want to be one of those people that steamrolls and doesn't give you a chance to. Okay.
I like this.
Yeah. So as I was saying, so when it comes to the Seamoss farming, all they're really doing is going into the wild stalks, taking a piece of the Seamoss and attaching it to a rope. Right? That rope is usually like one long rope that has a couple of these twines and they dangle on it. And that simulates the attachment of the rock and allows the Seamoss to wave into the water. That's where the nutrients flow in, is the currents, right? And so the location of where that Seamoss is utmost important, because depending on the temperature, the currents, and the nutrient level, like the saltinity of the sea, that will determine whether or not it has nutrients. The stuff that's like pool grown, that's not, I don't believe is actually pool grown. I think that has to do with more of an industrial grown Seamoss, where they're using machines and stuff like that. And the way they do that, like with any product that's grown on a large scale, it's like they cut corners, and they're not going to treat it with the same quality and respect as someone who is handling, say, 100 pounds. Like you can't treat 5,000 pounds the same way that you treat 100 pounds. It's just not possible. You're going to miss things. You're not going to clean it as properly, and so the quality is going to suffer because of it. And then I'll take a breath.
With me, because nature, because I've always been nature's friend. And nature makes things wild.
Yep.
Everything nature makes that's good for is wild. Yeah. And to me, when one is going to come in between nature with the wild products, just like GM food, in high-pro plants that they're growing just, and then I can't see when we come in between nature, it won't be the same. But to me,
yeah, I agree with you.
You understand? Because we have come in to say, all right, nature do this.
Yep.
What can we support nature with doing it our way?
I agree.
You understand? You understand what I'm saying? Again.
Let me just add this before you say
something real quick.
Okay, go. You say.
Can I say something real quick? And I tend to agree with you as well. However, what we have to understand is that we pick Seamoss. So guess what? We're actually messing with nature when we pick it from the rock. Because guess who we're taking? We're taking it from who it's actually meant for, and that was for the fish.
We're more of like a parasite. You know what I mean? For an extra few minerals.
We have to look at that. And I agree with you totally. But when we take that Seamoss from the rock, we're doing exactly what you just said. We're messing with nature. It doesn't matter how we're messing with nature. We're still messing with nature because that wasn't meant for us.
And you destroy reefs when you do that. Yeah.
Now let's get into another quick thing. Is that Seamoss is like it attaches as a holdfast. That's really what it does. It attaches to anything that it drops on. And with that being said, is that once it attaches, it can, like Seamoss can drop from another piece of Seamoss and attach to a snail and start growing on a snail. Anything that's going to hold it in place so it can actually move back and forth in the water is going to attach to. And so it doesn't really matter what's attached to. We don't get minerals from a snail.
But yet it's attached to a snail.
The point I'm making, the point I'm trying to make with Seamoss, the earth has got minerals in it. Yeah? The earth has got minerals, in that maintain, sustain our body. And we are same as the earth. You understand? We are no different, we are connected. Yeah? It's just like we for grounding, walking barefoot is good for us. But how many of us really actually understand that? Being with nature, understanding nature, that we are no different from it. Yeah, without compromising. And I look at it like taking the Irish moss from it, understanding that it's got minerals that the body needs, and using it from the natural sources. I find that more, because I grew up in Jamaica, and I can remember my grandfather used to go to the seaside, and just when the sea get rough, Seamoss would just go there and pick it up from the seashore. That's what nature was like with Seamoss before we go and start harvesting. Seamoss, nobody knew about Seamoss until this pandemic started, when it started exploring for better things, and then there's a shift.
Well, see,
you understand? Because I'm seeing
back to the 1800s.
There's a lot of people that have known Seamoss.
It wasn't that far. Yeah. Seamoss is going way back, but what I'm saying in the natural, even harvesting from the sea, like a cleansing, when the waves get where and they just come to the shore and people just want to pick it.
So that's actually
it's up on the shore.
Yeah, that's actually a good comment that you said, is that okay, so the Seamoss that you grew up seeing, it actually wasn't picked.
No,
it just came in. It actually just came.
Nature. I mean, it was the waves, the sea. Because nature changes, isn't it? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. So that's a good thing that you just said. It wasn't picked. Like now.
No, it wasn't.
So now the Seamoss that you're saying is really that is wild crafted, it's coming from where? Are they picking it now? Or are they just coming?
Yeah. Because the demand of what people, because anything, because remember, Irish moss in Seamoss was in a small people. A lot of people didn't understand what it was, what it is. Even still to this day, people still don't, and it's like a lot of people have jumped on the bandwagon. This is that without really understanding what they're doing to nature and what nature. Because we're meant to work in on to on.
Yep.
In the same amount of here we breathe, the same amount of here we take back in. You understand what I'm saying? You get me? It's a hand-to-hand thing.
This is why we're doing these live streams, is so that we can have people to come out and learn more about it, and so it's not so much about jumping on the bandwagon, because in some ways, for you to jump on the bandwagon would mean that you just jump and listen to what everybody else says without doing your own research.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
This is what, like, I've done the research. You know what I mean? Like, I've seen the Seamoss farms. I was in it. I built them, and that's how I know how the Seamoss farms. And a lot of the things that you're saying with the GMOs and stuff like that, it doesn't apply to Seamoss. Even when you talk about it in its natural environment, like we don't. Let me just.
Why is the one that's farmed? Why is the one that's farmed? It's got more salt. The tentacles tend to be bigger.
That's not farm Seamoss.
The taste is different.
So that let me. Can I explain?
The thing is, you don't get when because I've tried them and I've noticed when the natural one, you can feel it literally in your body. Yeah. It don't take long for that hoof to come in your body. You know that,
yeah.
I've got something that my body says. Thank you.
So that's Seamoss that you're talking about, the one with a lot of salt, the one that is thick and stuff like that. That's actually Seamoss that's been meant for the industrial market. It wasn't grown in a pool or something like that. Yeah, and so what happens, and the reason why it's like that is because they don't dry it to the point to where we sell it at, or someone in Jamaica does. If they were to dry to that point, you would see less salt on it, and you would see less, it would be thinner, right? But what happens is when they put it in the package and they keep it that way to hold down the weight, right? As the Seamoss dries and everything, it forms those salt crystals. I wish I kept this, but I did an experiment recently where I let some of the seawater just sit in a cup and dry out, and it started forming. I showed it on a different live where the salt crystals were. So the salt crystals were formed exactly like the ones in the bag. And so what it tells me is that it's because the salt you're seeing and why there's so much salt is because the Seamoss was dried at 35% moisture instead of 10% moisture. Because when you order in like Seamoss by like the megaton, you can pick the moisture level that you want on it. And so some companies want it with 35% because they're going to do the extraction process for different chemicals and stuff. Now that stuff is super cheap, right? What happens is people then say, "Oh, this stuff is 50 cents a pound. Let me take it in. I can sell it for $3 a pound." That's where you get that shit on the market and why it's all over the place, right?
It's kind of scary. It's kind of scary.
Yeah,
to me,
but
I'm so passionate about Seamoss.
But that's. Let me just say something.
I have another question after you.
That Seamoss there could be the one that you're thinking is farmed. It could be wild, but the way it was processed and dried, it that's what you're getting. It has nothing to do with whether it was on a rock or not. It was the way it was clean and processed.
Your stuff is saying that he's talking about angel Seamoss
that you get from Jamaica. Now, my question would be, do you consider farming Seamoss even when you pick it from the rock? Or do you consider wildcrafted as far as I'm just trying to get an understanding, like.
No, I rather in wildcraft one pick it.
Okay, so however you grew up as far as seeing the Seamoss come into shore.
Yeah.
So nobody touched, nobody picked it, it just came in naturally to you. And now if you're actually going to pick the Seamoss, then you're kind of manipulating the situation and it's not meant for you.
And I got another thing that
at the same time, because of nature, nature. Nature has changed. You understand? In the ozone, it has changed. So that kind of understanding with nature, where it cleans the sea cleanses itself and push that stuff, and we know that this is good. You understand what I'm saying? It's changed. That kind of rhythm is kind of changed.
So things evolve. Am I correct? So you're saying things evolve.
Yeah.
So really, with things evolving, picking the sea moss and growing the sea moss as a farmer would do is pretty much the same, doesn't it?
Yeah.
No. I'm looking at having a mango tree and the mango fall from a tree, and then going to the tree. I'm picking the mango from the tree. You understand? They're going to the source.
So
the 833 said, was it really on the rock if you never picked it from the rock?
he read my mind. He was thinking the same thing, and that's what I want to say.
I'm going into that, but I'm happy that
because if it washed up the shore, how do you know if it came from a rock? If it washed up in the shore, the sea moss floats around everywhere. It doesn't just even grow on a rock.
Because it's from the ocean, isn't it?
Yeah. So when I farm it,
it's like in the mango season, the mango will just fall from the tree.
Yeah.
But I think what he's saying is, if you
so
pick it from the rock, how do you know it came from the rock? Because it could have grew off of a rock, fell off the rock. It could have been on a sunken ship. It could have been on a whale's back. So I think that's what he's saying. If you picked it up from the shore, you don't know where it really originated from.
What I'm saying, in where it's grown, you kind of it's in its natural state.
Okay, so
I'm gonna put it like this. Marijuana and skunk, that's on the market now. They have manipulated the market. That something was good for you, and they manipulated something now and making it legal, which it's not there.
Skunk?
You mean that spice stuff? That's not even weed, is it?
It's a different strain. You have skunk, you have purple, you have blueberry. It's different strains.
That's what I'm saying.
Modified.
So let's get into marijuana. So you kind of said it correctly. You have all these different kinds of marijuana, and now, but what you're talking about is like the marijuana that just
it's earth. It's natural earth.
So again, when you plant the marijuana in the earth and it sprouts up, that's what you're talking about.
Yes.
So
it's getting its mineral there, isn't it?
Okay, so what's the difference between planting marijuana and planting
Seamoss?
Yeah, because
it didn't grow wildcraft. It didn't grow wild. Like, I understand what you're saying if it grew wild in a place and you picked it, but you actually manipulated that ground.
You put the seed in there.
And put the seeds in there for it to grow.
I'm saying nature makes things wild.
Yeah.
Okay, so water is not nature.
It grows wild. So when we are going to be planting and farming things, in wild things, when it's growing wild, it's growing anywhere. Yeah.
Yep.
It knows where to grow.
Mm-hmm.
When to grow.
But
a coconut tree cannot grow in Canada. They don't live in Africa.
That's not true.
The right waters, they have to have the right land.
Yes.
I have a friend that grows coconut trees in Canada. I have a friend that grows coconut trees in Canada, and he grows bananas and passion fruits and avocados.
Yeah.
Yeah. He does it indoors, but he still grows it.
But you get me? It's not natural.
Yeah, but that's the thing. The sea moss is natural, even when we plant it.
That's what I'm saying. In taking it when we reap it in its natural state, it's just like herbs. They said herbs, plants are magical, and magical plants are grown certain places it will not grow.
Mm-hmm.
That's what I'm saying.
Same with Seamoss.
It's wild, and there's certain country where it grows. You could carry it to somewhere else, even if it grows, you will not get that same energy from the plant.
I agree.
If take it away. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, and it's the same for Seamoss. Seamoss harvested in certain areas, even from the wild, is not going to be the same quality as Seamoss harvest from other areas. Furthermore,
that's all I'm trying, because I'm so the product is so good for us.
Yeah.
Yeah. And it's a shame to see people are just from material money kind of thing, like, and you get me?
Yeah.
I don't like this kind of thing. There's nothing we can do. It's always going to be like this because of what during education and understanding what we got, we can teach the next generation what's here and what is what. You understand what I'm saying?
Listen, that's why we're doing this. You know what I mean? Like, we meet every Sunday and Wednesday to talk about Seamoss. Not to sell Seamoss, but just to talk and learn about Seamoss. Do you know what I'm saying? And then now we give an opportunity to share our knowledge with you. There's a lot of things you probably didn't know that we're telling you about in Seamoss. And so I know it might seem like we're kind of attacking you, but we're just trying to have a healthy debate and a conversation. Okay.
I'm just open-minded.
Good.
And just to hear
Good.
what I want to say. You know what I'm saying? It's good because that's the only way you're going to learn.
Yeah.
And get understanding of things, isn't it?
Because there's a lot of things I do agree with you and points you're saying, but I think there's a lot of things that you don't understand when it comes to farming Seamoss. It's like just like how you put the marijuana and the plant in the ground, that's what these guys are doing. They're putting it in a fertile soil, which is the water. You know what I mean? They select these areas for certain levels, like nutrient levels. They don't put it just in anywhere and hope it grows. Most of the Seamoss, when they're growing it, it's right next to where they're growing. The stuff is growing naturally. So, and the only thing, dude, I'm telling you, and I'll bring farmers up to tell you to prove it. The only thing they do is take it from one place, break a piece off, and attach it to something. That's it.
And actually, that was going to be my next question. So, would you consider if I had Seamoss and I picked it and it came off, and then I said, you know what, I'm gonna go ahead and set some on a rock in the ocean. Is that now wildcrafted?
Yeah. Say.
If you put it on a rock.
If I put it on the rock, if I set it on the rock, is it now wildcrafted?
Yeah, but with me, I like nature to do its own thing.
But that's in Seamoss farming, it's doing that.
You understand? The real beauty things, the real beauty about life is understanding nature and leave nature in its own place and you know, interacting with nature, understanding the energy in these products and knowing that I am not destroying it. You are me and I am you. Yes, and so you're appreciating it just as you get me?
And I agree with you. It's all about the appreciation. Like like it's all like if a farmer is actually farming to heal people and not farming to make money, then they're coming with a different energy as far as how they're doing it. So I definitely agree with just the same way as farmers that farm marijuana. Once they farm marijuana, if they're looking at it for you to enhance your mind instead of them trying to make $1 out of it, because right now they're trying to make $1 out. And I do understand the difference between, now there's some people that actually are making marijuana because they're trying to heal people's ailments. And it's a different type of energy that goes into it.
Yeah. You get me? It's the type of world we're living in now. We're seeing things. We can get even right now. I'm in London, and it's hard to get grapes with seed. It's hard to get a lime with seed, an orange with seed. And when we're not understanding what we are putting in our body, and think we are doing something more dangerous than doing something good.
Yeah.
You better little than something a lot with no good.
No, agree.
Yeah, but the seedless, it's in a demand because people want seedless. So they genetically modify those fruits and vegetables to not have seeds.
It's not people want to seed in seedless. I think people are not being educated of what is what. Well, it's no good for us.
What they're being educated.
Nature principle.
It's almost like what they're being educated is that seedless is better because it's more convenient or it's more this.
Yes, because
you know.
People want it without seeds.
Yeah. No, but it's almost like they make you want it without seeds because they tell you it's sorry to interrupt you, but it's like when they came out with CDs. When they came out with CDs, they were like, "Oh, these are better than records. They'll never skip. They'll do this. They'll do this."
If once they start taking records out the way, then you don't have no other choice. Like, you don't have no other choice but to adapt to the situation. Like, if they take all the fruit that have seeds and you can't find them no more, guess what you have to take?
Yeah.
You have to take seedless fruit, or you got to plant your own. And that's really what they're telling you. Either you're gonna do it yourself,
but that's
you're gonna come buy the seedless stuff.
But that's part of the reason why they want you to buy. They want you to have the seed, or they make the seedless, so that you can't grow your own.
Yeah.
You know, you're dependent on them.
It sounds like a rabbit hole to me.
And that's just that alone. The fact that they built that with that intention, to me, is a reason not to eat that food, whether it's good or bad. The fact that they built it to hook you on it. Do you know what I mean? Like, I wouldn't trust it.
The thing about it, there's so many people out there who do not understand what's going on in front of them. And whoever control your food, control your whole mind and body. Yeah,
True.
Right. Yeah.
Is it that they don't understand or they don't want to understand?
Good point.
It's a little bit of both.
The truth, it's both.
Yeah,
it's both. But I am not looking at adults. I'm looking at the younger generation.
Oh, well, they're lost anyway. They're lost anyway.
Yeah, we allowed them to be lost.
Yeah.
We need to get to the younger generation, because we were all born innocent and we were all taught something. Yeah, and what we were taught is for us to research it and find out if it's good for you.
You're right, yourself. You are absolutely right. Yourself said a phone isn't natural, but we talking on them.
Look.
I mean, really, because like even growing up, cellular phones, they weren't like the ones we have now. These that we have now actually cause cancer. So, I mean, you're not lying.
Yeah, these things are even.
And you're right, 58.
We have to evolve. Certain we need to evolve. We are evolving in certain things, and certain things we have to understand when it's needed and when it's not needed. Because to having a conversation like we're having now, a few years back we wouldn't be able to. And it's the great thing. That's the great thing about why it is.
Is it natural? So we need to stop making Seamoss gel.
Yeah.
But then when you stop making Seamoss gel, how are they going to consume it?
They got to eat it raw. They got to eat that raw.
It's always funny.
I'm in the pipeline. I want to make Seamoss drink.
Yeah.
I've got some great recipe. Seamoss with Brazil nut, walnut. I need to get this on the market. You know what I'm saying?
You should try mixing them with like nut milks and stuff like that.
Yeah, I make it natural with Brazil nuts, walnuts, and then use dates to sweeten.
Sweet. So what's your challenges? Like, why aren't you what's stopping you from selling them?
I need to get it in my proper source of Seamoss coming in and get and just get there, because there's a demand there. There's a demand there for Seamoss. The market where the market's going for that's vegan. It's vegan world that we call ITAL. It's our ITAL world. You understand what I'm saying? Where people get conscious. And there's nothing in the market for that.
Yeah.
You're saying that a lot of vegan food is a lot of crap. Yeah? Because it's going through a process stage before they reach that plate.
Yeah.
Yeah?
Definitely a lot of vegan food is not good.
To understand. It's good to understand it. You understand what I'm saying?
So which Seamoss would you be looking to use to make your drinks? Because there's several different species. So which species in particular are you looking for to use to make the drink?
I want to wildcraft and know where the source is coming from before I get it.
What is the species?
Like whether it's
what is the species?
Like Condors crispus or Eukinema or Garcellaria. There's different types of species.
I use.
Yeah. So the one from Ireland or Maine, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, not the one from Jamaica.
I use that one as well.
Okay.
That's what I'm saying. I need to have a connection where I know where the source is coming from with that one. So I can put my neck on the block to know that this is what I stand for and this is where it's coming from.
Yeah, for sure. Like I said before, who you're buying it from is most important More important than if it's from the rock or not. You know what I mean? Because you could get Seamoss from a rock and get it from the wrong person, and it's worse quality, and then you know. But and do you care what country it's from?
I don't care what the product. I just want to celebrate the product to get in the market for my own people.
Okay.
You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah. No. Some people have a preference. Some people are like, I want Jamaican like us. I sell only St. Lucian.
Hold on. Yosef, not to cut you off, gentlemen, but Yosef is saying mixing Seamoss with other things isn't natural. It is not mixing in the wild way. Mix it. So how do you take your Seamoss yourself?
Me.
How do you?
Not you.
How do I take Seamoss?
No, somebody else is commenting. How do you ingest your Seamoss? How do you consume it?
She's talking to Yusuf, not Chef Yusuf, right?
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. Yes.
He's just trolling. Don't listen to him. Yeah, he's trolling because he's. You remember how he said he had to get off because he would get too.
He's been trolling for the last couple of minutes.
Yeah.
He's gonna say.
I love that guy.
Just act like I don't see him.
Yeah, it's like Instagram's not natural, but we're on it.
He's not gonna stop.
Oh man.
But what I would recommend you check out is I started a buyers club called the Seamoss Buyers Club on Facebook, and you could probably shop around and meet a few different vendors and stuff like that, and sort of just pick them out. You know what I mean? Although if you are looking for some of the best Seamoss in St. Lucia, you know, I heard this guy Julien from St. Lucian Seamoss Company is well connected. I don't know. He might be full of shit, but you know.
It's a great starting point.
Just fuck it.
Yeah, really, and truly, I think Seamoss is a great product, and we should start introducing to the younger generation.
Yes.
Yeah, because when having Seamoss in a diet, you don't need a lot of food.
No.
Yeah, it's a complete mineral package for the whole body, but we're not educated on it. And society are into pharmaceutical. Yeah, they won't tell you something that's good for you. You know what I'm saying? They won't promote something that's good for you. They go 10 miles away from it.
Yeah. Yeah. Go ahead. Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. I thought you were finished.
No, that's what I'm saying. Okay. So because I'm so passionate about Seamoss. I know I put my neck on the back for this product. I don't see another product in that. That's
I burnt
tomorrow I'll find one, but today this is where I am. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah. I already burnt the bridge behind me. There's no going back. Seamoss, I'm in it like my life. And I agree with you about the youth, but so more than like, not more than, but I guess for me, it's like, I see this as an opportunity to create opportunities for the youth, to get them out of trouble, mainly in St. Lucia. Yep. And that's one of the main reasons why I'm doing these lives and educating people and talking about farming and stuff like that, so that as the industry grows, we're not only more educated, but we understand the product, where it's coming from, and you know what I mean? You just create more opportunities. There's a lot of violence in a lot of these islands, you know what I mean? And there's a lot of hardship. I mean, St. Lucia alone, I think they have something like 40%, or I think it's 25% unemployment and 40% youth unemployment.
Wow.
40%. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, do you understand? Like, I could, like, to me, that's like, it's like you have.
That's crazy.
Yeah, half your buddies are have no prospect of a future.
Everybody trying to figure it out.
And so, you know, and a lot of times when you're given, and I don't, like, not to say I don't blame these kids, but I understand why things are happening the way they are, because when you have no choice and you need to eat, you start making decisions that, you know what I mean, may not be the best for society, but it's just, it's your survival, right? And so I understand that. And so to me, it's like, okay, how do you eliminate that? You don't throw these people in jail. You don't do this stuff. You create an opportunity so that they can make a choice to not do that. Because I know most of these guys, if they had the choice, you know what I mean? They would choose to be an upstanding businessman who contributes to society and has respect. They don't want to, run the streets.
See what I think as well, in centuries ago, we used to live in communities, and when you're not living in communities, yeah, we're not meant to live. We are not meant to live by ourselves. When we live in a community, you ain't got no problem. The problem is the community. We are solutions. You get me? And when we get away from a community, we will always be having problems. Yeah. Because we're meant to live in groups. We're meant to. It's supposed to be in a community. Everybody live together. It's not a problem. And that's the world we're living in. When you're not living in a community, we're always gonna have problem.
Yeah. No, I agree.
It's a fixed set state of mind that was given to us, and if we don't go from a deep root into understand what's in the town and in the country, it's a different mentality. You understand what I'm saying? A way people live in the country from the way they live in the town. But that even in the country is not that as like it used to be. Yeah, and we need to get back to basic. What counts and what don't count.
Hold on. The kid says, the kid 5833 says, I've been flying since I got that Seamoss. What Seamoss? My Seamoss? I think it is my Seamoss. But then Yusuf says here, I take my Seamoss with the rocks.
Like all the minerals, like he's eating the rock too.
He's just trolling. He said, and the sea salt, that's how you should take it, salty with the rock, with a little the little fish on it.
Little baby fish on it.
He's like talking like it's a drink. Get out of here. So the kid 5833, he's tried the Seamoss from us and he loves it. He said he's been flying high since he's had it. And that's the thing in some ways where I can be a little bit of a cockiness. I know my Seamoss is good. You know, I tried it myself. I take it. Yeah. No one can tell me it's not good. I tasted it. You know what I mean?
You was a little hurt when I said it weighed out to exactly 5 pounds, and you was like, "No way." And I'm like, "Yeah, no way. Here's the picture."
I overweigh the Seamoss. I always add like on a 5 pound, I'll put 4 ounces at least. Yeah. So when she said it was on, I was like, "Shut up. Are you serious?" She's like, "Yep." I was like, "It's not over?" Nah. But yeah, I know it's good, mainly because I know where we're getting it from. I talk to a lot of these farmers personally, like they're my friends, like, you know what I mean? So like they tell me what's going on. They tell us who not to buy from, or who's up to no good, you know what I mean? Or who to like avoid or whatever. And I won't talk about this ever online, but you know what I mean?
Yeah. Because there was a problem one time where a lot of the farmers were assuming that us Americans were being cheap and trying to lowball them, but they didn't know that their other counterpart would be in our inboxes trying to undercut them and give it to us for another price. So we like in the open, well, can you do this price? Well, we being cheap. Oh no, your counterpart is in our inbox trying to give it to us for this price, so we trying to see if you could beat that price.
Yeah, WhatsApp was what?
Crazy.
I stopped going on WhatsApp because it was like you have everybody hitting you up on WhatsApp. Hey, I can get it for this. I can do it for this. I can do it for this. I would ask certain things like, okay, can you drop it off at American Airlines without the problem?
Yeah.
Like there's certain situations that I know that you have to be able to do on that end to actually, like, you have to have certain paperwork to actually say, yeah, I can drop it off at American Airlines and not have an issue.
Yeah.
A lot of them couldn't do that. And that's where you start to run into a situation where, yeah, they may be able to get it to you for a little bit cheaper. However, Are you ever going to get it?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Or is it going to be the right stuff or the right quality?
You know what I'm saying? It's especially if you say, "Hey, I need 1,000 pounds. Can you give me 1,000 pounds?" They just look at you crazy, like what? And like now you can't send it. Now you can't send it DHL. Like that's the thing. Like they're okay when you can send it DHL.
Yeah, no problem.
50 pounds real quick. DHL it. You know what I'm saying? You say you need 500. Hey, I need 500 pounds. Can you give me 500 pounds? You're talking reckless. Now it's I'm like, okay, see.
Yeah. That's it. No, but they are.
You only got a few, and even to the point where they know, hey, you gotta send me an invoice. Yeah, you gotta send me an invoice. You gotta do a whole bunch of things on my that my people need you to do before. Like I gotta have an invoice. I gotta have certain things. I gotta have certain paperwork that you may not be able to send me.
Some of them don't even have a computer.
Hey, I dealt with that. That's why I didn't comment earlier.
Yeah.
I didn't comment earlier for certain reasons.
But it's
you get verbally attacked and insulted because something isn't right, and you're ignorant to what Seamoss says because it's what it's supposed to be.
Yeah. But see, that's how I feel like we're kind of crabs in the barrel in that sense, and that there needs to be a little bit of organization, and everybody kind of share. Like, if you're good at farming, stick to farming. Do you know what I mean? Let the guys that market and sell do the marketing and selling. Don't try, like, that's the one thing I have to say is a problem with a lot of St. Lucians. They try to be all the jobs. They want to run, they want to control the whole thing. And I get it. I'm like that too. I think that's part of the St. Lucian in me. But to really grow and expand, you need to trust some people to handle certain things. You know what I mean? That you're not the best at. And some of these guys, aren't the best at business. Like, I've actually been thinking about putting some kind of, like, getting them, I've mentioned it a few times. No one's really kind of pushed me to do it. But to do some kind of, like, farmer seminar where it's...
Yeah, no, you need to do a business seminar on how to conduct business the right way.
Exactly, for farmers.
On how to connect with buyers and be truthful.
Yeah, you have to be able to communicate civilizedly. You can't yell and when you talk certain ways, it gives off hostility. And a lot of people do not like hostility. Some people don't like confrontation. I don't like confrontation because then that makes me feel like I have to be defensive. And when I have to be defensive, I don't want to deal with you.
But sometimes the people just talk like that.
Yeah, but you have to learn a different form of speaking if you're going to be the front runner of what you're selling.
Yeah, you got to know the audience that you're dealing with.
True.
Like, I kind of like confrontation, so as soon as I'm
all over it.
Like, what I'm saying? I don't look for confrontation, but I'm okay in that atmosphere.
Looks nice though.
Yeah. That was my cue.
I don't know about you not taking showers, but it's natural still. The Africans taught the good and the Europeans how to wash. Now, come on. You got to cut that up. Now, the Moors taught the Europeans how to wash. Now, you cut that foolishness out over there. Now, you need to be a time out for 5 minutes. Turn around, face the corner, and just stand there.
I'm trying not to laugh.
Get off the line, because I got to wake up at 5 o'clock in the morning to finish this order for I got to finish this Conjures Crispus capsule order. So, because I know you're going to call me early in the morning, like, hey, brother.
Did you get it done?
I was like, no, I was on that live forever, and I didn't get off the live, and, I finished like
I think I can stay a few more minutes, and then I go, because I'm laughing so hard, I'm probably going to get in shit in the morning.
Yeah. I got kicked out of bed, because I was
making too much noise. Oh shit.
Yeah. I got the
who is that in the bottom in the corner just walking around not singing? Oh, that's Chef. Oh, okay.
Yeah, that's.
Chef, he moving around though. He was actually inside the house.
Yeah, I'm out in Milwaukee now.
It looks nice.
Yes, that's what it's like. And I'm looking because it's bright outside. So I'm like, I know he ain't nowhere over here. I know he's nowhere over here.
I'm in London.
All right, you guys. I'm about to go to the bedroom and pass out.
All right.
Okay, my brother.
And I will actually give y'all an update because I'm okay right now. So I think I'm okay.
Why? Because you took some tinctures.
I put this on the market without having an issue.
Okay.
But I haven't laid down yet. So.
Yeah. Well, you have to activate it to see if it works, right?
That's the thing.
You can't just be standing around doing nothing,
That's the thing. That's why I said I haven't laid down yet. So.
Oh my God.
All right.
Lay down and get back up, then it's an issue.
I can't.
I'll be watching the news to see if I see you in the hospital. Yeah.
But y'all have a wonderful night as well, or I say morning.
Morning.
My brother.
All right. Take care.
Hey, I'm about to get into this unnatural light. No, I'm playing Yusef. Man, I'm gonna let you later, Yusef too, bro.
All right.
All right, y'all have a good one.
Good.
Have a good one.
Yeah. Use as a joker.
I see. And I was taking him serious.
You thought he was serious? No, he's just messing around. But he loves doing those jokes. He's a joker like that. And it's like every 2 minutes you'll see him pop up and say, like just when you think he's forgotten, he's like he'll say something funny otherwise. Yeah. So chef, what kind of drinks do you have made? Like, do you have any actual formulated or?
To be honest, now I've been doing Irish motion natural drinking for a few years that I go around and have my clients, but we need to take this. There's so much dreams and there's so many people in trying to get healthy. And when I look out there and look, there's not a lot of things on the market that you can just grab something and drink and know that, I'll be vitalized having this. It's just look at coconut water. What coconut water has gone to from what it was.
Terrible.
That's what I'm saying?
It's all pasteurized.
There's so many coconut water out there. It's unbelievable. You know what I'm saying? Packaged this way, that way.
True.
And Seamoss is in a league of its own, and it's wanted by our people. You know what I'm saying? We need to get it into our people diet and let them understand. Who wants to come on the bandwagon? It's free. You know what I'm saying? It's something that we recognize is in with that product. Yeah. We understand that product, and that product do wonders for our body.
Yes.
You know what I'm saying? And knowing that and sharing this energy with someone else, people pay a prescription to go to the gym. Yeah? And they're doing more harm to themselves to me than doing good to themselves personally. You understand what I'm saying? Because I don't see no animal do that without putting back the minerals that they're giving away there. You know what I'm saying? So that's my plot right now to get out there. To get on the market.
Some natural energy drinks.
And I don't know. It must be something new this morning. Something new has started. There will be a new moon. There will be a new moon tomorrow. So get the energy from here today. Having this conversation with you guys is something amazing. That's just right up the street. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, I
radiate energy.
Yeah, you get me. So it's all good, and I want to do something. I want to leave something like Kentucky on this earth. You know what I'm saying?
A legacy.
Yeah. Leave something for the next generation. And the more I think about it as a chef, I don't see no other product like Irish moss. Seamoss. Yeah? I don't even like cooking normal food. To me, it's like I'm giving something to somebody that's not natural. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. So you got to come up with the drinks, man. And even a cookbook.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, a cookbook. That would be a good way to promote yourself. Come up with a free cookbook, and you offer it to people. And when you offer them the free cookbook, you get their contact information because you have to send them the book electronically.
And then afterwards, you can send them like another email and say, hey, would you like more information about these kind of topics and stuff? Because I'm always talking about this stuff, right? And so every so often, you know, if they say yes, you put them on a different list and you send them this information every so often, all free information, all knowledgeable. And then for every time 10 or 15 times you send them an information, you send them an idea like, oh, I made this new drink. It's this flavor, this not. I'm gonna have a limited bunch for a while. If you're interested, place a pre-order and you can pick it up. Blah blah blah. Do you know what I mean? Then you're gauging interest because those people will pre-order and say, "Hey, I want this." And Sean, this is something you can do to test different market products to kind of like I don't see enough people launching features. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like a special item, just limited thing. This is a limited drop. We might never come back with this thing. That's what I would be. I would be dropping crazy products all the time. Do you know what I mean? Because I know for me,
my only resistance right now is getting an Irishman sauce. When now that I'm in contact with you,
yeah.
And yes, I'm saying because that's always been my hold back because I want to really understand where my source is coming from, where I'm getting my product from. I don't want to be looking around to say last week I got this one, this week I got this one, but it's gone.
But chef, you know my product's not natural, right? I'm just fucking with you.
It's a good starting point.
I'm just messing with you. Of course, my product's real.
Don't worry.
I know. No. Hey, listen. Here's the thing. Let's keep in touch. Let's hook up. Even if you don't give me use me as a source, I will help you find a source. No, I'm just being straight.
I like. Listen. You're being honest, and I like honesty. And listen. When we are vibrating on the right frequency, and we are on the same radio station, understanding that energy.
Yep.
Nothing can stop us.
Nope. I agree. I totally agree.
Yeah.
But I'm
a confident person, and when I see a confident person with an energy flowing, there's no right, no wrong. We just do it.
Okay.
Nothing happened before the right time.
I hear you. No, I'm just putting it out there that even though we're vibing, connecting, it doesn't have to be on a business level. Do you know what I'm saying? We can still vibe and connect, and I don't need to make $1 from. I don't care about making $1. Do you know what I mean? Like I've said it before to other people. If I need to make money, I'll go sell a house.
Yeah.
I sell one house. I sell one house. I make $40,000.
Yeah, true.
Do you know what I mean?
You see? No, it's true because you're resonating with me because I'm just looking into real estate as well. So we're just saying that the energy just flow just by just picking out one topic.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
For sure. How's your thoughts about honey?
Honey?
Yeah.
I'm not 100% in about honey now.
Oh, okay. I just thought because I'm into honey, I wanted to see if it was a trifecta. Soap isn't natural because we make it, so we shouldn't use it.
Okay.
See what I mean? Just when you think he.
Read that because his 5 minutes is not up. He's still in the corner.
Oh, he needs a timeout.
Yeah, I gave him a 5-minute timeout.
Oh shit. Hi, do you post your Seamoss to Australia? Yes, I can ship to Australia. I ship to Australia all the time.
Okay.
Yeah. And I can ship to England too, eh? There's actually a huge demand. Like if you have money and you're willing to invest in it, I recommend you get it. You know, you put in a lot into the Seamoss because there's a lot of people that are looking to buy Seamoss in the UK, and the problem is that no one's.
I know that there's a big demand here for it.
Huge.
But listen. I've been making Seamoss drink from late 90s.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and I've seen the change even over the pandemic, I've seen a big shift in the product.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, and the interest.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. I agree.
The demand is gone. The demand is gone. It's gone to a different level.
Mm-hmm.
And at the same time, people still want to know more about the product.
Mm-hmm.
That's what I see from there. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
We need to get this in Whole Food, Planet Organic, in all these shops. Yeah. All these health shops in a gym.
So
People go to a gym. When they go inside the gym, it's just Lucozade, sports in some kind of sport. It's no good for them.
Yeah. So the problem.
Yeah, I mean, it's in some places. It's up to the individual. Because I know a couple of gyms in Cleveland that have Seamoss in there and Seamoss smoothies and drinks.
But here's the thing: the reason why it's not in all these stores and all these places is because no one's willing to put the investment that's required to stock all these stores.
Mm-hmm.
Do you know what I'm saying? If you had someone come in with $1 million and put $1 million worth of product in the store, they'd be in all the stores.
We can do it. We can do it.
Do you have $1 million?
We can do it. We can get it.
Okay, let's get it.
It's only a figure.
I know.
Just as we here talking,
mm-hmm.
we are a community, and we can get a community together.
Okay,
we can do it.
Let's do it. I'm for it. I got the supply.
I mean, the way social media is now, there's enough people there that if we say the right thing and tell them the right thing, be truthful.
I agree.
Yeah, we can do it.
I know. We got to do it.
We don't want people to be going to pharmaceutical every second and a minute. Even when there's something more natural there for them to have a more vibrant life.
Mm-hmm.
And so because of our education.
Okay. Yeah. Well, I got the Seamoss. You know what I mean? If you can help me get the people together to put the money together to do it, I'm willing to do it. You know what I mean? I'd even give a special rate on the moss. Let's go.
Yeah. Let's go, man.
Mm-hmm.
Let's go.
Okay, take you have me on the Instagram. Reach out to me and let's keep talking. You know, I know people think it's crazy, but dude, that's how this stuff starts. That's what I'm saying.
Dream is not crazy.
No. My point in doing this and saying this and
crazy is no dream, my brother.
Mm-hmm. What I'm trying to say to you is like these people may think it's crazy, but if you follow up with me and we work on it, it will happen.
It will.
Yeah. That's what I'm saying. So follow up with me, and then we can go back and show these guys when we take over England and we're in all over the stores and shit. It was like, you know, we told you so, you know.
Yep.
And this is the thing: a lot of people are afraid to be this, to put that risk, to take the chance.
Yep.
They don't realize that it's like taking the risk and the chance is the cost to get into it. You don't just fall into this shit. You sacrifice for it.
Now, the only downside with that is, and Yosef is out of timeout, he makes a good argument that it doesn't need to be in there. Because when you think about it, once it gets to that scale, then it changes and alters the quality because it's all about quantity.
Mm-hmm. That's true. Yeah, when you start getting into those larger numbers, you're going to have to sacrifice some quality. You know what I mean? We're facing that the other day, or we're trying to put together this. You know what's crazy? So everybody's going on about large orders of Seamoss, and they think, okay, if I buy say 8,000 pounds, I should get a better deal and stuff like that. You know, like we did the calculations. It actually costs us more to sell someone 8,000 pounds than it does for us to sell them $200 or 200 pounds.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's cheaper for me to sell 200 to 500 pounds because the amount of work that it takes to assemble all that stuff. We'd have to rent a warehouse. We'd have to get trucks. I think we calculated it was like 175 boxes. That's a lot of boxes. We'd have to order these boxes like a month in advance.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Yesterday's price is not today's price. For real. That wasn't him. Yusuf's being a good boy. But
I ain't been typing nothing on.
But no.
That's the key.
But realistically, like, we should sit down and figure out how to do like a Kickstarter and just to say, like, let's raise some money to bring Seamoss to the masses. And Yusuf's right. You don't need to put it in a store. Once the Seamoss is here, we just distribute it. And in fact, we could even put that as part of the Kickstarter. Like, you dump this much money, you'll get this in return and that return, you know? And the idea, the idea is to bring Seamoss in.
You don't want it in the stores because they create an overhead.
Yeah.
The internet is the best way to do it because most people order their stuff. You know,
The
and
bigger you get, the more light you shine on yourself, and then those other people get involved. Like, if you look up on the USDA and the FDA and type in Seamoss, the people that have already been cited, federal documents from the federal government, it's listed because it's public knowledge. So you have to be careful, and a lot of people are not putting disclaimers on their stuff, and they're openly saying online, oh, it heals this, it heals that. You can't say that because USDA, federal government, and pharma come down on you.
So people have actually gotten punished or penalized because of it?
I told you before to Google it because
I never did.
Kitchen sink, what is it, Red's Kitchen Sink, they were on there.
Really?
They pulled that. They use social media stuff because they go through the social media, like the lady you was on the phone with that was talking about shipping it and she could get deported. They use your social media, that hashtag, that algorithm.
Yeah. They're going to get you. Well,
yeah, and they use the cute little word, COVID-19 cure.
I never put any of that stuff. If you notice, we don't even, like, except for on our website, which reminds me, I have to get some time and fix it. It was so funny. I was getting in an argument with someone about benefits and the 92 minerals and stuff. And they had the...
And they hit you with the...
And what they did was they went on my website and they were kind of like, oh, well, if you believe this, then why is this on your website? Blah, 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 blah. Right? But little did they know that I'm a little bit more smarter than that. And so even though it has it on the website, when you read the text, it basically says, it doesn't say that we believe it. We say everybody else believes it. And this is the belief in the world. So we're telling you what people think, not what we think.
Right. And they even use that too. Like people that made posts like, these are the
Oh. My phone died. I forgot to charge my phone, Sean. It died.
Are you serious, man? On Instagram?
Yeah.
Dang, bro.
It's all right. I'm gonna let it charge, get it back, and then I'm gonna say goodnight because it's almost 3:00 too. I gotta let it go. It's too much. But I had to unplug it because what happens is I'm running on battery power on my iPad and on my iPhone, so I'm like switching the charger back and forth to keep them alive. Like I'm
I got a quick question though.
Yeah, okay, go ahead.
All right, so I bought some Seamoss from my people I want to buy from. They sold me some Seamoss, and you know how the Seamoss runs through that big the vein, and it has
the black marks.
No, I'm trying to say like it has the one vein that supplies all the other parts that hangs from the vein.
Mm-hmm.
All of those parts are cut off. Do that make a difference?
No.
Oh, okay.
It shouldn't.
Like, all right. Yeah, the weight adds up, but I kind of thought it was like suspicious that it's just mainly like the vein. You know how you get like shaped and you get nothing but sticks and stems and stuff like that?
Mm-hmm. It was like the branch. Well, what probably happened was that as they were harvesting it or breaking it, all the side branches probably broke off in either the sack or something. And because that thick piece was so firm, it wouldn't break. You know? So I think that's what it. But sometimes with those thicker veins and stuff, they don't blend as well.
What do you mean by that?
Meaning that because it's so thick, it's like imagine like in a weed plant, it's like a thick stalk. And so when you go to grind it up, it's very, like people don't realize Seamoss is very fibrous. And so the thicker the branch, the more fibers are in it and stuff. And so that's what you're dealing with, when the thing's thicker.
I mean, it blends it up well, but it just didn't. I don't know if I use too much water, but it's not locking up like normal.
Use the warm water.
Oh yeah, that definitely do it.
Yeah, that will soften it up. That'll soften it up and make it all right.
Yeah. Well, I don't want to hold it up now. I'm just wrapping it up with these Seamoss gummies and stuff. I got to get up at 5 o'clock myself. Yeah.
I know, dude. I got to get up early and whatchamacallit, I got to pack more Seamoss, and I'm going to be tired in the morning. I know it.
And I want some of that blue vervain too, for real. Like, I haven't found a source to get it.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I'm going to have a meeting with my partner tomorrow, and I'll get some of the cost and stuff like that so I can figure out what we can get it for. And I know we don't have, like, how do I say it? I know we don't have a lot to do wholesale, but I can hook you up with some, and then, like, probably in the next couple of weeks, like, we're working towards the wholesale. It's just getting the quantities up so that we can sell that. I think we're in the process right now building larger drying tables so we can dry the herbs faster.
Oh, all right, cool.
Yeah. Yusuf came back. Yeah. He's a joker. And let's see who else came back. There's plant-based Kyosha. Welcome. What's up, Yusuf? My phone died. You hear me? Yusuf? Oh, you gotta put your headset on. I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Hey, I have a question. Why do you truckers always have these massive boom headset microphones? You guys all wear the same ones.
They Blue Parrot the best one that they had.
Oh, that's the best one?
Is it small? Yeah, they make them different size.
Oh, because I've noticed that. I've seen some other truckers on like TikTok and shit like that, and they all have that same headband thing with the boom mic, like your radio talk. What's up, Tata? So my phone died.
Yeah.
My phone died. I wasn't charging my phone properly.
But here's the letter, Julien. I sent it to you in an email, too. I sent it from my business email. I'm going to turn the camera around so you can see it.
What's the... from Red's Kitchen. At Bourbon what?
Oh, that's the street. But this is from the U.S. Federal Food and Drug Administration. This is from the government.
Mm-hmm.
It's a warning letter.
Wow. I wonder if someone, even reported them.
It pulls up, it uses her YouTube. They intended to purchase things to use in the cure, mitigation, treatment, or prevention of diseases. Cell defense shield, black seed oil, wild oregano oil, and turmeric oil.
Mm-hmm.
The detox tea.
Mm-hmm.
Cell Food 102.
Well, I know a guy who told me basically he's working on getting the Seamoss tested and all this stuff so that when he's got everything all lined up for his business and he's going to go hard on it, especially Amazon. He said he's ready to basically send out letters to every single person that is making any sort of claims, like even the 92 and stuff like that, because he went and got the proof. He's like, I know there's no 92. So he's like, anybody that starts doing that and they're in my way, they're getting a letter from my lawyer and I'm going to stick the FDA on them and shit because he can't be making claims like that. So there's guys that sees what we're doing and they're preparing a defense in their business to
basically take a lot of people out. And this is part of the reason why I'm always trying to educate people, because if you guys get stuck on this train and something dramatically happens that sort of like wipes out your marketing position, you're going to have to be in a position or be able to pivot quick and start doing something else. You know what I mean? And if you sat there and shitted on farm all your life, right? And you started saying, oh, it's 92 minerals or nothing, you know what I mean? And now you've been exposed, like, you know what I mean? That stuff doesn't exist, or you can no longer say that. It's almost like someone put a gag over your mouth, you know what I mean? And it's going to hurt our industry and make it easier for these bigger corporations to come in and take over. Do you know what I mean? So there's like a bigger picture on it. Do you know what I mean?
I like it.
Yeah. Like, we need to think business smart. Like, let's stop getting caught up in these in something that some guy said that we haven't taken the time to prove.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? Like, if they had the proof to say, well, this is what Dr. Savvy Man, and this is what this I show, whatever that what was that word he used to explain the transfer of nutrients from the rock to the thing? It was ridiculous. Like, when I looked it up, it was like that term didn't even make sense, or could not even be applied to the situation that he was talking about.
Got you.
Do you know what I'm saying? So
yeah, this one got the people that signed off on this letter was the acting director of Office and Compliance, Center for Food Safety and Applied Nutrition, and the associate director. And that's not even who signed off on the other letter. So this one just made other claims that violated all these things. I'm going to you as well.
I think someone ratted them out, because those guys are like the biggest ones.
Well, especially Red Kitchen Sink.
Mm-hmm. See, the kid said something here about corporate greed. I don't understand. I don't believe it's so much corporate greed. It's like this.
Yeah, because they're not even using the Seamoss from the islands.
Who?
They're not even using that Seamoss.
Red Kitchen Sink?
No, I'm talking about he's saying corporate greed.
Mm-hmm.
The corporate people aren't even using that Seamoss.
Exactly. They're using it different. But yes. What I think it is, and this is what I see a lot of times when black people complain about how things are disadvantaged towards them and stuff. There's rules to the game. Whatever game we're playing, there's rules.
You just gotta know how to play.
The better you are at the rules, the better you play the game.
On your team.
Exactly. And so to me, it's like I study the rules. I fill out the forms. I get the paperwork. I get what needs to be done. And, sometimes, you bend a few things or stuff to get to where you got to go. But at the end, you got to play it straight and play by the rules. Like, once you get into the party, you got to act accordingly. And so those that do flourish and they're prosperous, and you got to have that mindset. Like that thing that he's talking about, I'm dead serious. Like, if he calls me and says, let's work on this and do this, I'll work on it, because you never know what's going to happen. Do you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
That could have been the opportunity right there. The universe was presenting me to this guy to open up the UK market, which, that's something I'd love to break in right now. I know so many people I could sell to, but what's stopping us selling is the ability to the shipping costs. You know what I mean? And so if he helps me create a way where I can bring a whole bunch of Seamoss in there, we'll sell it. I know we'll sell it. You know what I mean? We just got to be committed to following through with what we did. Like, we started St. Lucian Seamoss with $1,000, 1,000 Canadian.
Wow.
You know what I mean? And we built this up, but it's with work, time, and energy. Like, I haven't watched regular TV in months. You know what I mean? My wife is probably getting ready to divorce me because she feels like I'm more interested in building this business than anything else. And it's not her.
My son said he is sick of Seamoss.
Mm-hmm. It's part of the reason why I do the show. It's because my family's sick of Seamoss. You guys are my Seamoss outlet. Yeah, Khaled's here said Dr. Stephen's opinion is more so a legacy. We fully understand he most likely not accurate with some of his accusations, but we respect him for guiding us as far to be interested. Yeah. And listen, there's so many things he's right on. Right? Just because you're wrong on a couple things I'm wrong on a couple things. I'm wrong on a lot of things. Do you know what I'm saying? But that doesn't take the knowledge that I'm right on. Like, that doesn't make the knowledge that I am right on wrong.
Right.
That was.
What is that, Julien? Canadian snake root. It is FDA approved.
Canadian snake root? I've never heard of that.
Wild ginger.
Okay. Oh, snake root is another term for wild ginger?
It says Canadian snake root.
Probably. It's probably like a version of ginger that probably grows naturally in Canada.
Serpentaria, that's another one. It's a Virginia snake root.
Never heard of it.
I'm looking at it on the FDA approved additives.
Additives? What's it adding?
Additive.
I know, but what is the additive for? I mean,
Wild ginger, Canadian snake root.
Interesting.
Soul berries is black hawthorn berries. They're FDA approved.
Yeah. Hold on a second. You know what I found that was interesting is that these government websites, and I'm sure they have it in Canada and the United States too, but they keep accurate records of all the imports and exports. And so you could take a look and see all the Seamoss that's been imported into the States.
I don't even know what department was looking at that under.
I know. That's a good question.
It might be custom.
Yep, it probably would be customs and exercises and stuff. But I think we saw it on, I think it was the customs board for St. Lucia where I seen it. But what I found interesting is most of these people that are going on, like they're big Seamoss sellers, there's not a lot of people importing large amounts of Seamoss.
It's what, probably you, Ricky, I know Moss Queen, imported, the girl in Atlanta, Rich Organics.
Yeah, she's probably one of the biggest.
Yeah, she's just opened
What
up
about
her
that
warehouse.
Plant-based Jeff? I don't think he imports it. I think he gets it from someone that imports it.
No, Rich, or it's a girl.
Who? Rich Organic. Yeah, no, she's talking about plant-based Jeff. Yeah, I know the girl from Rich. I even know who she gets her Seamoss from.
Yeah, she's pretty cool. Plant-based Chef, I don't know about him. I mean, I know about him, but I don't know where he sources from. Like, if he gets it from somebody else that's in the U.S. or he gets it shipped directly from.
He doesn't get it directly from the source, from what I know of. But see, even with him and others, it's like they're not bringing in a lot. Like, to me, a lot would be in excess of 1,000 pounds or 2,000 pounds.
So you would say Rich Organics would be a lot?
Yeah, for sure. Definitely one of the biggest. I don't know how.
I know her next step is working on having her own farmers.
Good luck with that.
That's her next step.
I know this. That won't happen in St. Lucia.
Oh.
Yeah. And the reason why I say that is because she may think that she has the farmers, but those farmers are independent. Do you know what I'm saying? And so what's to stop them or anybody from just making extra Seamoss and selling it to someone else? So does that mean?
Was the issue too, wasn't it? People going in and robbing the crop.
Yep, it happens a lot. Even with us.
Grenada, that was the issue. And I just know that from Grenada, when I first